morning. We got those tiles, so we're going to be doing that. Should be interesting. So let's take yesterday's today command and todayify it. Edit com today, Tuesday. Hey Hideo. Adam is going to be performing assorted improvements on botline in the code base. Yeah, actually that's pretty good for right now. Let's just stick with that. Alright, get computer tile set in the game. Let's do it. Let's do it. So I want to download all of these. How do I do this? Download. Done. I'm doing pretty well, Hideo. How about you? Okay, so here's what we gotta do. We gotta go into botland. Copy paste these here. Hey T-Plot. Hey 3D Extended. Yeah, vacation starts in 2 days. That's pretty crazy. Alright, so we're going to copy paste all of these to here. Get rid of these. And then, let's see. Well, we have the CPU image. Alright, here are all of them. Just going to go through these really quickly. In fact, let's do it this way. Is there anything weird about this? First of all, the numbers are all sequential, right? Well, we can check it just by seeing on line 1 it's at 0 and on line 51 it's at 50. So unless they skipped a number, then we're probably fine there. Then here, no duplicated PNGs. Yeah, cool. Everything looks good. Hey Rinku and Digitate. It's fine until an issue with some nested flex content while resizing a window was created and I have to deal with it now. Yeah, I never like working with those things. Also, I suppose it's dark enough where I should do this. Okay. Next up, let's run whatever these commands are. Hey Cranley. So today, what I'm going to be doing at first is getting the new tiles into the game. Then I'm going to put the game online, hopefully. Alright, wow, there are a lot here. Oh, whoops. I know why there are a lot. I never put in a pack.json file. Whoops. Okay, so let's go delete everything. So we'll just delete all of those and run it again. Hey Dazed Head, long time no see. Only the computer ones, or do we have some other sets? So the computer one is going to be the default, and if you take a look at what's in the game right now, they're not finished tiles anyway. So we have the desert tile set in the game. It's not finished, and I think that having multiple tile sets at first doesn't really make any sense for players. We're Vacation Brothers. I have Vacation too. Yeah, that's oddly similar to my schedule. So the computer one will be the only one that players are allowed to use at first. Eventually, we got to figure out how we're going to allow you to personalize those. And for now, I just have no idea, so let's just not worry about it. Okay, so we're going to take everything other than the atlas, and we're going to put it into... There, perfect. Okay, so now let's try this out. So ideally, and this is not exactly going to work, but if we just replace the word desert with computer, it would just work. But let's take a look, because oh wait, we also have to had to get rid of the brown tinting. Red. Actually, let's just not even run this function. How about that? There. All right, let's refresh. This is going to be interesting. Oh. Okay. This is interesting. Did the chip work correctly? No, we don't have a chip image. I need the chip image for this. Any useful plugins you're using with Sublime you can recommend? Yeah, all the ones that you see here. In that blog post. Okay, so computer tile set, we need to... Hey, Monadic Bind. Take the chip image from the tile set, not from the miscellaneous images. I didn't realize I had to do that. The other thing is we have multiple edges that we need to incorporate. So this doesn't look exactly correct, but I probably won't make it look perfect yet. Oh, no, I know, Jason, yeah. I know there is a chip image. I'm saying I don't have it being pulled from the right location. I saw the Slack messages, and it's... Anyway, I should have it somewhere. But yeah, the point is I need to use it. Oh, wait a second. Oh, it's not even in part of these? I'm really impatient to see how you're going to deal with the edges. You have at least, what, 10 edge types? Hey, Pixpoke. There are several edges, yeah. Actually, I wrote them down. Darn it. I need to go grab that again. Not this one. There. So the edges, we have 5 edges of each type. So let me see if I can show you guys these. Let's see, top, 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 top. Yeah. So we have 5 edges of each type. And I'm not sure if I'm going to put these online yet, like laid out correctly. But we'll find out. Okay, let's look in Dropbox and see if I missed. Oh, there it is. It's outside of. Got it. All right, so here's the chip image. Let's put it in. Probably just here. I should. For now, let's just replace our current chip image. All right. So I'm gonna scale this down a bit. Dialog keeps popping up on my other window. On my other monitor, I mean. Alright, and then let's export this to, well, chip is fine. And then let's take that and we'll put it here. There. Okay, so now all the chips are gonna look like that. This should hopefully be a little bit better. We'll take one more thing here. Ah, good. It got placed there. Okay, so now when I drag a chip onto this thing. Alright, so we just got to stop the tinting. Right here. Oh yeah, take off the blue tint. Yeah. I know. Now that we have like a proper looking chip image, I can stop tinting it. Alright. Now let's try that out. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Now, one of the things Jason pointed out, which is really hard for me to see here because I've put regeneration over this entire thing. Maybe for haste it'll be less. Oh yeah, so you can see, maybe this is not so apparent, but there's this border of the socket And the chip itself, if you take a look at that, has these transparent sections. So thanks to the last note that I had, I am showing the socket underneath here. So this looks about how you'd expect. So yeah, this is looking much better. Now as far as the edges, I could do this. Make use of multiple edges. Now, do we have, where's the list of things? So we have multiple edges. We still only have 4 corners. So that's good. So I only need to change the edge code. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. So let's go into tile set. That means we need to change all of this because we won't have just top, bottom, left, and right. These will all have to be erased now. So edge, this is not the case. So for corners, we only have one choice per location, so we don't push to an array. But now this will work that way. So then for edges, let's go take a look. I'm just going to do the simplest possible thing for right now. This is going to be return the sample of this. There. Okay, so this is just going to randomize edges. It won't look the best, but let's try it. Yeah, okay, so there we go. Now we've got at least some interest around the edge here. So you've got 5 types, right? You got the cutout one, the dots one, the plain one, this. Oh, these are 2 different ones, right? Well, maybe, I don't know. I know there's 5, I just can't point them out. Yeah, how are these different? Oh yeah, the outside, the circuit board part of it. Yeah, here you can see it. Okay. This circuit pattern is different from this circuit pattern. Got it. Got it. Okay, so then the next thing I could do is, like I said, stop randomizing them and make them always show up kind of like, I don't want to pull up this image again. But anyway, I could make them not random. I think I'm just going to leave them as random for right now. So yeah, every time you go into this, it's going to be different. That's another thing I'm going to have to undo eventually so that it's the same for everyone's computer. Now, the only thing that I think is a little bit strange here is that this looks like it's off-center, doesn't it? It can't be. Because, yeah, it's not. But for some reason it looks off-center. I think it's because of this tile on the left of it. What effect is doing that? Well, whatever. We'll let you guys try this out today. Also, let's test this. Yeah, looks good. And the chip thing is fine too. Yeah. I wonder if we should only show the name of this. No, I don't know. Well, a lot of this UI stuff I'm going to get to in January and February. So yeah, I think for now this is fine. I think we'll check this in. I think the only thing that's unfortunate is that now this background color is dark and the computer color is light. So this UI that I have as placeholder is not very easily readable. So we should really just put a shadow around that or something. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. When you zoom, tiles are not aligned. Or are you talking about these lines that show up? Because, yeah, that's that problem I was having the other day. I'm not sure what fixed this the other day. Keeping Botland online for the whole of your holiday? No. And hey, Ibis. I'm only going to have Botland online for today and tomorrow, most likely. Because I don't have the hours for it. And I don't want to spend money when no one's going to be playing it anyway. Yeah, the line issue is back. Let me try something else. So part of the problem is I don't know exactly what had fixed this yesterday. And I don't totally believe that it was fixed. I'm going to restart both of these things. I think regenerating the whole sheets fixed it. Yeah, although it is at least a little bit more subtle this time. Yeah, like you can see some lines in between these. So what I did is I'm going to rebuild the entire client. I can regenerate those sheets. Let's take a look. Are they there? I don't see them anymore. Doesn't mean they're not there. Yeah, they're there. They're only at certain zoom levels. Yeah, this. You consider adding towers, mines, etc. to the defender side to protect the CPU later on? That's what you will do as a defender. So if you want landmines, you can just put down a bot that has landmines. And then they will lay landmines. So that's why I say this is up to you to do. If you want a tower, just put a bot down that doesn't move. Looks like the line appears consistently below each socket. No, it's not just below each socket. They're like over here. I don't know if you can see this, but there's some of these lines here and then here. Here's one, here's one. I'm pretty sure this is how I'm using the textures. But yeah, I will have to take more of a look at this. Anyway, the line issue I don't think is important to fix right now. So this is done, this is done. Let's... Whoop. This is not a command prompt. Hey, OJ. Pixie's using OpenGL, isn't it? If so, there's a known issue with floating point operations in the fragment calculation. Yeah, but I should be able to work around this at least, and I've got to figure that out. And hey, Luculus, yeah. It's like I'm actually... Oh, Boltland is looking good, is what you said. Alright, also let's get rid of this stuff. So tint tile sprite is no longer going to be needed. We can just get rid of this everywhere, I guess. Or we can just comment it out, like how it is right now. Tint tile sprite. So we could just say here, if this dot, what's it called? Tile set name equals desert, then we do this. So if we wanted to now, what we could do, and I don't want to do this, but I just want to show it off. If I do sample between desert and the computer tile set, then now it'll be random which one. Did I sleep well? Yeah, I did, definitely. I exercised last night. I think when you get the line, the tile is not aligned correctly. I mean, it could be off by the tiniest bit. And like I said, I will look into this. I do want to get the game online. So yeah, okay, so we have the desert tile set and we have the computer tile set. And for right now, they're just random. I don't want to leave it like this. I want to leave just the computer one in the game for right now. Because despite that this works and it's getting laid out and we've got, well, now the chip will look like this. So that does look very out of place. But yeah, despite that that's working, I think we're just going to stick with the computer one for now. So let's do that. Oh yeah, definitely Luculus. I agree. And these are the kinds of things that I was saying. This is a small amount of additional art. And actually, honestly, even additional code. I wrote, what? Yeah, 300 lines or something for this. That's not very much. It's a small amount of effort to get a large impact on the game. So, okay, we changed the chip image. We changed all of that. This, we're no longer tinting the chip. Use the computer tile set. Change how edges work. Which, yeah, it didn't actually break it for the... Nice. Okay, perfect. And you know what, now that I think about it, probably just everything should work that way. And then we don't check that in. Hey, Hitch Slab. It's going pretty well. Who's pumped for Ludum Dare? You know, I've never done a Ludum Dare, and I don't ever really plan on it either, especially because I think as long as Botland is going on, I should put all my time toward that. That's pretty much all I did, right? Yeah. Okay, let's commit that. Then we'll bump the client version and we'll go check all this stuff in. We can kick off all the AWS machines online. So let's take a look. This should be reverted. Bump client version to 0.0.52, I believe. Yep. Nice. So let's commit and push that. To answer your question, not Adam. Yeah, I don't even end up usually checking out other people's submissions from that. I think it's a really cool idea, and I think that if you're into game jams, that it's a fun thing to do, but I don't think I have the time. I'm also not going to be at a computer for most of the time. So overseer IP is this. Let's go get everything set up. We'll put the game online. Did Postman's UI change? I don't remember checkboxes being here. I know this is not on screen right now because I had to do it off screen. Also, we need to activate everybody's accounts. We'll probably work on avatars. I should also say that line issue with the sprites is, with the tiles is happening again. Alright, so let's do this. Clear IPs, BL deploy. Do we have any other outstanding code? I'm going to close out of these things now. Yeah, nothing important there. Yep, cool. We're looking good. Alright, so we cleared the IPs out. Let's do this. There. Alright, so all we're waiting for is for all these processes to finish. Assuming there are no issues, the game should be online in about like 10-15 minutes. Hey, Spurman. Alright, we can close out of this. We can go collect up some of the changes. We probably have quite a bit of them. So there's going to be a lot of me just massaging this into a change list for you guys. So let's see, added tile sets. Well, added support for tile sets rather than a blue checkerboard arena. The default tile set is the computery tile set that everyone will have for now. It is always randomized, even during play sessions, but eventually that won't be the case. This is a tiny thing. I'm not gonna write this down. Doesn't matter. I don't know if this was ever a bug with what you guys saw, so I don't know if I should even comment on this. Probably not. Categorize hardware only as attack or defense, not as attack, defense, or util. Why is that, Monetic Bind? Why didn't you get any sleep? Monetic Bind wants to be a bot when he grows up. Alright, let's commit this. So, let's see what we have. Looks good. And then over here we should have... Oh, actually we don't have any new files. I guess that makes sense because they were all on the client, the tile set stuff. Alright, cool. So there's that. Next up, just make sure I did all of this. Yep. Okay, great. So next up is just to run these. And then we're in good shape. There we go. So this will take quite some time. going to keep working on the changes over here. Yeah. Hey, Pickle. Ooh, Magnetic Vine. See, this is why I'm going to be flying soon. And people suggested, hey, you should look into sleeping pills. And I read some of these horror stories where people take sleeping pills and then they're wired for the rest of the flight or just for whenever they're trying to get to sleep. I think I've had melatonin once in my life, and I think it put me to sleep pretty quickly. But I don't want to be experimenting on a plane. Decided I'm not going to distract today, only constructive chat, no kappa or anything. Mitchell, you can say whatever you want. Highlight UI slots will be deleted. So when dragging this, it will now highlight the background color in red and indicate that it'll be deleted. Fix bug around updating attacker placement stats. That was this. Attack someone, play a phase. When it's done, place a bot. I'm just going to write this down. I don't think you guys really need to know this, but there you have it anyway. Yeah, I haven't been sharing where I'm flying to. Sorry, Pickle. More personal information. 2 days have to be productive. I actually have slightly different viewpoints on this. I think whatever I get done today and tomorrow is gravy. As in, it'd be nice to have it. It'd be nice if I fixed a couple bugs. But really, I don't want to start anything major and new. And yeah, we'll just try to make whatever progress we can. Okay, show replay arrow. So this is actually probably never going to be a thing once I actually incorporate the UI. Oh well, I'll still write this down. Don't care about that. Yeah, don't care about that. Oh, sockets are now rendered underneath chips. That's part of the tile set thing. So this stuff doesn't matter. Render percent completion for replays. That's actually a pretty big deal. Prevent editing and creating while testing your defense. Fix bug where replay button wasn't disabled. Yeah. It's now disabled as soon as you press commence rather than once the server has responded. Did you get the frame rate sorted out? No. I didn't. Also, did this stuff finish? Yes, yes, and no. And there's nothing here that lets me know what went wrong. It's not an error message. I think it'll just eventually time out after some really, really long time. So here's what I should do. Let's go kick off the matchmaker thing over here in a different screen and just hope that it works. And then we'll do a few other things. One is this, and the other is this. Perfect. Should play Last Guardian on stream. I think someone was talking about this, and I've like already forgotten what this game is about. Wait, no. Maybe no one was talking about this. They were talking about a game that had already been released. No, I haven't heard of this then. But it's on PS4. I don't have a PS4. And either way, I think there's still games that I have a backlog of to play, even on stream. Okay, so this is the new one. This worked. This part didn't work. So at some point, we're going to have to go back and look. The git pull on the third bash tab. All right, where else are we here? Oh, came out last night. Yeah. Sorry, I was reading really quickly. I just saw December 2016 and I'm like, oh, there's so many days left in December. It must not be out. Okay, so this is done. Everything should be online except for the game server. So let's see. If we go to play.bot.land, we should have downloaded the new tile sets. That's not good. That's definitely not good. It says wall.png is not found. It shouldn't be trying to use wall.png. Nothing in the code base should have that. Oh, God. Okay. I know what I did here. And this is really bad. Hopefully it's not that bad actually. I got rid of, so the CPU used the wall image, and then the wall used the wall image, but walls aren't in the game. So I think this is just, oh, also, wait, what? A game server didn't even start up. What? Send. Oh, something horrible is happening. I don't know what. But we need to debug this. When I press this button, what's happening? Nothing? Oh, whoops. Oh my God. I was pointed at my local machine, man. This happens when I don't put the game online every single day. I just forget how to use my tools. What's your biggest regret and link to this project? Some decisions that you took that in retrospective you shouldn't have? I think we should have prototyped the game more thoroughly before working on the infrastructure and everything else. It would have given us more time to design the game. I feel like 3 months were lost due to changes in game design. And it's just, that's too bad. I'd only planned on having 18 months for the project originally, and 18 months would put us at March 2017. Now I feel like this is going to take until June or July of 2017. So yeah, I find that frustrating. Hey again, Vito, are you feeling any better at least? Alright, so we're waiting for this thing to start up. Yeah, we'll let it run. So fix bug around canceling out of an attack. So this was a huge bug actually. When you enter replay mode as an attacker, then oh wait, no, this is not that huge bug, is it? Yeah, I think it's this. You do that in every project though. If we could have done insert step X more first, step Z would have gone more smoothly. Well, yeah, and to be fair, had the game been great without needing a prototype, then that would have been wasted time. But I think that's the whole point of prototyping, is it should be pretty fast, and it should give you a good idea of, is the game going to be fun? I think it's tough sometimes, because let's say I was making an RPG, let's say I was making World of Warcraft, and then let's say I didn't have time to implement progression. We just wanted to test out if combat is going to be fun, and so everyone just started level like 20 or something. Our progression is really, really important to most RPGs. Without it, you're playing the same character on day 1 as you are on day 100, and it's, I don't know if that gives you a good idea for whether a game is fun. So my point is, how much do you prototype to the point where you can figure out that it's fun? Even Botland, I feel like I was working in August on these prototypes, and people said, yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. But at no point did people say, like, well, I guess a couple people did, but this is fun. Like, yes, I would play this game. And it's kind of just a gut check when it comes to fun. $100 million gold on RuneScape. Canceling out of testing and defense wouldn't stop the test. It would go back to, okay, so this is fine. We can put this up here. Great. Fixed a bug where canceling out of defense while testing would leave your temporary blueprints on the client. Attempting to later use these blueprints would fail. Cool. Fixed a bug where sockets would stop showing up after testing your defense. Yeah, I agree with that, Mitchell. We had a design, by the way. The problem is that the design wasn't going to be fun, and we didn't know that until it was like June or July. We had some hunches, but we kept saying things like, "Oh, well, we'll find out in playtesting." And yeah, I think we could have done things differently. But okay, so with that said, do I expect things to happen perfectly if I did another project like this? No. But Pickle did ask, do you have any decisions you would have made differently? So yeah, I think that's what I would do. Yeah, we had a gigantic design doc for that. No, but noob, I will contest this until the end of times. I don't think it's a cool addition. Remember, other team games are games where you can't just play all of the team members at once. You need X humans to do this. Botland is you could just play every single team member at once. So why do you want a team? This is like imagine if chess was a 6v6 game and you had no time limit. You could just play all six people, right? But if you're playing Counter Strike as a 5v5 or something like that, you can't just play all five people. You need to be an octopus, a decapus. You need to have five keyboards, five mice, or I guess really good positioning and some like crazy client to. I don't know. No, I don't think it'd be possible. I don't think you could ever beat a team of five FPS players as one person playing five computers. And if you can, then they're not very good. They're not very good players. Okay, so we got to go to the GitHub page for this. So noob, I will say this: I think teams sound cool. I just don't think they work for Botland, and I think it's a trap. So this is December 6th. So here's everything. We're going to search for this regex. There. We turn all of these into that, and then we search for... No, we don't even need to search, I guess. I liked it the way it was with teams because it wasn't all on one person to win. I just feel as it is more immersed. So noob, sure, but when it comes to game design, I think there are two things at play here. One is, well, actually, it's really just this. It's that it's automated. So remember the thing that I was talking about where you need to see the game play out enough to know. Oh, and also the non-real-time part of it. So the argument against real-time in Botland was you need to see the game play out enough to know that your strategy is working. But you can't let it play out for too long or else you're not making any impact on the game. And the means with which you make an impact are scripts, which are tedious to write in real time. And then the automated part of it is an argument against teams, I think. So I think the immersion part came from real time, and then the lack of full responsibility came from the team aspect of it. I don't think either of those work for Botland though. So let's check this in. In general, tile sets and bugs. All right, let's preview that. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Cool. So we're done with that. Is the game now online? Can I connect to this? edit and save. Hey, cool, it's working. Okay, so the game is online. I will update the today command to indicate that. Botland is currently online at play.bot.land. Commands of interest for the day. There we go. Okay, so yeah, if you guys want to check out the game, and I'm gonna just take a look. Like, this is one of those unfortunate things that, so now we have the proper tile set. Players can choose their own colors for bots. So there's nothing stopping me from choosing colors that are really, really close to the tile set colors. And that might make things pretty annoying for other players. So let's just check this out. What if I just literally take this color? What is this? 57, 196. Actually, let's get the hex value. So this value, what if we use this twice in the database? So I think the old game where it was just a sandbox looked pretty fun. Probably just for trying out scripts though. Yeah, I think that sort of thing could be interesting for a sandbox. The problem is I undid all of that code, so it wouldn't be possible anymore. I'd have to make a pretty significant design change to get it to work again. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We are on the Atom user. Select star from users where ID equals 1. What? You must reset your password using alter user statement? What's this? Did my password expire? Apparently it did. Oh, what? Alter user expires its password. So what, this is what I have to do here? Hey Gert, and hey GoBoogie. So Adam at localhost, am I even connecting as Adam? db.cmd, no, I'm connecting as root. Okay, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do right now. Man. It doesn't say this to me. You must set password. I mean, I can try this, but I have a feeling it's going to tell me the same thing. Wait, is that it? Seriously? Oh my god. All right, fine. Well, let's set this back to password. Yeah, I didn't expect this to be this error message, given that it looked like this has to be the error message that says set password is the solution. Have you ever used a MySQL GUI? I tried a little bit with the MySQL Workbench, but I haven't totally learned it yet. Do you stream and work on a separate computer? Rather, streaming on a dedicated computer would be better for security reasons. I stream and work on the same computer. I mean, the work that I do is while I'm streaming. And by the way, if you're interested in streaming, I suggest you read, I made a blog post about this, specifically targeted at development streamers. I think this is helpful. You have to let me know what you think about this. All right, let me just write this down for now, Hideo. Can I contact you at adam@madeup.com? So MySQL password expires after 15 months. I don't think so, because I didn't start using MySQL at the very beginning of the project, and that was 15 months ago. So it has to be shorter than that. Anyway, now that I have this, so the whole point of this was to get this color and just take a look at what happens when we use this. So update users where ID equals 1, set primary color equal to that. Oh my god. What is this value? There. And then secondary color. There. So now when we refresh the game, I'm going to have bots that look very much like the circuitry. Yeah. They blend in. Let's take one of these and check this out. People will do this in the game. Granted, even if you're fully zoomed out, you can only see their name. So I don't think there's any way for you to totally hide bots. But I just use the same color that the circuit board is using. Interesting. What package converts numbers like that? Hey, Teddy. So it is the evaluate package. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's evaluate by James Brooks. This one. You can definitely tell they aren't the circuit. Oh, no. I know. I wanted to see what would happen when you do this. Like, you can tell that they're not the circuit. If I got rid of names and everything, it would be harder to see them when you're zoomed out. It's not impossible. And either way, what they look like doesn't matter because it's what they have on them that matters. This one has nothing. This one has some stuff, though. Did you hear about Lightsail? Yeah, I did. That's the DigitalOcean compete from Amazon. All right. Well, anyway, what was I doing over here? I wanted to test this out. Let's take a look at Hideo's bug. When attacking, finishing phase 1, replay phase 1. After that, the replay button appears as expected. Restart phase 1, replay, pause it. It goes weird from this point. Back to the start of the replay. Reclicking the button jumps somewhere in time. Okay, let's test this out. When do we get the parts we choose showing on our bots? What, noob? If you're talking about customizing cosmetics, that's already in the game. And if you are talking about that, the steps for that are click store, then click cosmetics, then buy some cosmetics, and then when you're customizing your bot, just drag those pieces onto your bot. You can make them look however you want. All right, so let's take a look. So when attacking, so let's go into attack mode. Ooh, that should probably be highlighted red. Oh, that's never mattered beforehand. Now it looks weird. Fine. I'll write that down under polish because I don't think it's super important. All color the CPU tile. Wait a second. What? Let me take a look at this. Maybe I should just do this right now. Render tile is too close to Defender CPU. What does this do? Huh. I think I know what's happening. I think it's that the CPU itself... Actually, let's just take a look before I make any assumptions. Yeah, okay, this is true. The CPU itself looks like it's on top of a tile. So I'm not going to do anything about this right now because chances are we'll have different art and then it might not be a bug anymore. Oh yeah, thanks Teddy. Yeah, the desert style, that one wasn't done yet. So I think that's partially why it didn't look as good. I missed your message until now. Did you fix that massive bug? I did not fix the bug. So how did I fix it is not a question I can answer yet. I hate feels. Shutterstock, ignore that. We are going to have a real CPU image at some point. And by real, I mean something that fits the style of Botland. So this is just a placeholder for now. I'm not going to ship the game or something with this. The artists just haven't done it yet. Okay, so no saving blueprints. No, you can save blueprints. What the bug affects is actually a pretty narrow situations for you guys, but I need to fix it at some point. So no, you can save blueprints. The game like mostly works. You might never even run into these bugs, but they will exist for some people, and I need to fix it. So this stuff's all been done. Oh yeah, let's take a look at that too. Yeah, this just never finishes. It's still doing nothing. And I do want to work on avatars at some point today. Although let's go down to roadmap to do this. Design everything like how I did for progression. And we'll check Hideo's bug. That was this. And we'll say when this was created too. Okay, so we don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this. We don't need any of those things now. I think you could lower the movement threshold in Hammer. I think you use 100 like in my repro, but I think it could be a little bit lower. Yeah, I agree with that. I think 100 is a little bit strange. Lower movement threshold. It's not as bad as the Windows saving bug. Oh, like if we buy lasers, it shows us a laser piece on our bot. Will that ever be a thing? Kind of is the answer there. So one of the things that's planned that won't probably happen during alpha is whatever weapon you last used will display on your bot. There's that pivot video that I made a while ago. If you take a look at the end of this video, this kind of demonstrates what I'm talking about. So imagine this is the missile launcher. Imagine if you just fired a missile. This is how your bot would look in the arena. It would have the missile launcher on it. And this is zapper, artillery, lasers. Wait a second, no, these are landmines. This is zapper. And this, I'm not totally sure. I think it's for a weapon that I had planned that I just never implemented. Tiny art insight. The reason the CPU is taking longer because art direction needs to be very apparent. The CPU is a building that can be attacked, not a tile that can also be occupied by a bot. Okay, cool. Yeah, and if we don't get that tomorrow, that's totally fine. Because I wanted the computer tiles today because I think it's pretty important for just getting kind of the theme of Botland correct. I think this looks a lot better than how it used to. Yeah. Maybe you should adjust the color indicating the defender's area, maybe a little darker green. Oh, if you're talking about as an attacker that these were highlighted red, that yeah, I think some work should probably be done here. Like originally they were blue tiles, so highlighting them red made them look red. But with other colors, it's not guaranteed that they'll actually look red. So like the desert tile set, for example, that wasn't the best. That was the old thrower weapon. Yeah. That's what I thought. I haven't implemented that. I haven't really told people about that yet either. Yeah, I definitely like the new tile set. I think this will do good things for the game when I show it to people and say like, yeah, here's what Botland's all about. Anyway, what I was trying to test here is this. So when attacking, finish phase 1, replay phase 1. So let's try this out. So finish phase 1, we just put a bot down. There. Then replay phase 1. After that, the replay button appears as expected. This. Restart it, pause it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good catch, Hideo. Update video inbound. I don't think I'm going to do that. Oh, yeah, see you, Magnetic Vine. Have a good day at work. I'll update the video for what is Botland probably in January. I think the current content of it is good. I think it does a good job at telling you what the game's about and explaining things. And I think there's one thing I would have liked to clarify in this, but other than that, it's pretty good. It's unfortunately 4.5 minutes long. Trimming that down might be helpful. And then, yeah, showing off the right tiles would be helpful too. Although still, we don't have projectile graphics yet. We should in January. So right now you're seeing just squares get fired out for every weapon. That will be different eventually. Jerry Gravy. All right, thanks, man. Fine. See ya. I started to use the to-do list, and I have a question on how you use it. If you start a new project, would you write your to-do list, or would you write a global plan and then make a to-do list of smaller problems? Gert, this is just organizational stuff. If you find it easier to write one list, then that's fine. What I like about plain tasks is that you can have headings for this stuff. So Botland is the only thing I really have a to-do list for. So there's a roadmap for this week, there's a bugs list, there's a polish list, there's whatever else, and it's all just one file. Honestly, this is helpful, but if I were doing all this again, I might look into something like Trello. I haven't used it. I don't know if it would be good for me, but a lot of people use it and like it, so I would at least give it a shot. But now that I'm using this, I feel like converting it all would take me even longer. It's really nice, the UI and tiles, but I really think that when placing a bot or a chip, we should get a rectangle on the fly showing us the tile it'll affect. Also, something weird. When you press and hold to select a bot, the bot is not offset. We do the same thing with a chip. The chip is overly offset immediately. Oh yeah, the chip, I haven't finished working with the chip stuff yet. That's actually kind of a bug right now. So what you're talking about is I don't have any chips. Fine, hang on a second. Set computer level equal 3. There. Now we should have chips. Whoops. Yeah, so you click and drag and it's immediately moved off of the mouse. Yeah, that was never really supposed to be the case there, I think. When placing a bot or chip, we should get a rectangle on the fly showing us which tile it'll affect. Yeah, Hideo, that's a good idea. I will very likely do that. When you say you want a rectangle showing us which tile it'll affect, do you mean you just want to see this tile get highlighted? Is that it? Hey, Pro Sam. Because if that's the case, that's something I could do. Or you know what else? Actually, now that I think about this. Yeah. Well, I'll write this down. Okay. Yeah, so pausing the replay originally, does that even work? Because maybe I broke that. So we put down a bot, we hit commence, we speed this up a little bit so that it completes. Oh my god. These bots are just going to dance around for the next, like... Alright, well, now it's going to be about 15 more seconds. So what's happening here is my bot has nothing on it. And these bots have lasers, so they have to be aligned with the bot to be able to shoot it. And what's happening is I move right and they move left. Or wait, maybe they have melee. What do they have? No, they have lasers. Yeah, so they're just never able to shoot my bot. All right, let's take a look. Does pausing this work? Yes. So pausing it works until you've hit the replay button. So succinct description. Pausing a replay works until you hit the replay arrow button. Hey, Kesha. Something like that, or only the border and edges of the tiles, but that could just be me. Also, I was just editing a script. Do you plan on having a vision mode where we can get all tiles border being showed? It becomes kind of hard to count tiles. Yeah, I want to do that. So let me clarify this. Something like that. I highlighting the tile beneath the bot to be placed. Yeah, that vision mode. I kind of feel like I should just do it and put it in the game, and then we should worry about the UI for it later. And for right now, you could just press like T or something and it'll show. So the dancing thing isn't a bug. Right, it's not a bug. So this happens to be, like I said, the way that lasers fire is only in cardinal directions. So I'm using exactly the color of this thing. All right, so they can only fire this way, this way, this way, and this way. So what happens is, step one is this bot moves left. Now it's lined up with this bot, but it's not that bot's turn anymore. Now this bot moves right, and now it's not moved up, so then this one moves right, and then this one moves left, and then so on and so forth. So it's not actually a bug. And by the way, that is technically a valid strategy. It should just probably never happen. Some games slightly highlight the entire row and column. Makes it super obvious where your cursor is and where the ball will be placed. Yeah, I think that's interesting too, and I'll write this down here. All right, cool. By the way, for anyone wondering, the JSON that I'm talking about is Beauty Mark Studio here in chat. So when you wonder, hey, who made this document here that you see, that's that person. So now you know. All right, so let's get that tile thing. Where is it? I just wrote it down. It has to be one of these things. Oh, it's offset. Or wait, did I? No, I didn't. I didn't write this down. Something like that. Oh, here it is. Plan on having a vision mode. Yeah, let's do that part. So make it so that pressing T will show the borders of each tile. It can be a toggle for now. Okay. So first, let's just make it do this all the time. So first just get tiles, first get the grid to show at all times. Pressing T. You know, actually, one of the other things I wanted to do today is maybe upgrade to Pixie 4.0. Yeah, I think that's what we'll work on today. So I'll write this down up here somewhere. Where is this? Gotta get rid of this stupid bug from this thing. And has this made any progress? No, nothing. Great, whatever. Upgrade to Pixie 4.0, and we'll also okay. So as for getting this grid to show up, we need a graphics object, and then we need to draw this everywhere. Hey Pawn, how you doing? You want to play some Botland? All right, let's take a look. Now the arena is beautiful and all. I feel like I'm using the zoom a lot more. Is zoom linear? I think so, right? I mean, when you zoomed out, you scroll a little, change size. When you zoomed in. Yeah, it is right now. And yeah, I can change that. I do think having this level of zoom is good on a tablet. Well, I think getting it to be as native feeling as possible on a tablet is what's good. But yeah, having to scroll in a whole lot is probably not fun on a computer. If you want to zoom in big steps, Q and E work to zoom in. What does Q and E even do? To use steps instead of increments. I'm gonna write this in quotes. I know what I mean here. All right, let's take a look. So here's the documentation. We want graphics. And I believe we have line 2 and everything here. Yeah. So it's just move to and line 2, is it not? Yeah, it is. And we probably also need to set the style of this. How do we do that? Okay, I don't know. Well, let's look at the examples. Oh, line style. Here it is. I was looking for something like set style. I passed right over it. All right, there we go. So let's go into client arena. We're going to say this dot tile grid graphics, pixie graphics, I guess. Yeah, I agree with that, Hideo. That's a bug I tried working on for some time and never got it working. Zooming changes. Well, even that zooming, like it tries to zoom in at your cursor, but it doesn't work exactly how you would expect. Like I think you expect zooming if you go to something like Google Maps and then you start zooming around, I think it always centers it on your cursor. So you'd be zooming as though you're pulling from like the side of your screen instead of always at the center of your screen. And I tried to emulate that, but I didn't actually get it right here. Oh man. Alright, so here we go. So now what I want to do after render tiles, or even at the bottom of render tiles, is going to be like, well, let's just do it over here. Where's render tiles? Here. This dot render tile grid camera. So using these graphics, I guess we have to clear this first, huh? Do we have a clear function? Yeah, we do. Then set the line style. And line style is width, color. So width, color, and alpha. And then let's just test this out. So we'll do this dot move to 0, 0. This dot line to 64, 64. So this is not going to work exactly as I want it to. Oh, and then we need to render this. Camera.render this dot tile grid pixie graphics. Oh, actually that does work how I wanted it to. Huh, that wasn't so bad then. So the cheapo way of doing this would be this dot width. Okay, there we go. So move to x times constants dot tile size 0, and then x times constants tile size. So const bottom equals this dot height times constants dot tile size. All right, so let's try that. We should just have a bunch of vertical lines. You didn't mention in the changelog the biggest polish, the red transition when you move forward. Yeah. Alright, there we go. So now when I refresh the page, it'll just go directly into this. Alright, so there's that. Now we want... Also, does it have an alpha? It, like, doesn't really appear to. But maybe I just screwed something up. And then we wanted to do it for rows as well. So X turns into Y. So this is going to be 0 and then the right side. And the right side is going to be there. Okay, so that should work. Let's try that out. Yeah, so we have a grid now. You probably also want this to show up here. I don't know why you don't need it for that one. It's strange. Anyway, there's a grid now. Now we just want it to look a little bit less conspicuous. So let's say it's 0.25 here. I want it to be a hint of alpha. It's like a seasoning, and I am a chef. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Yeah, it's at least more obvious. So if you toggle this mode, I think this will be fine. Okay, so this part's done. Now make it so the pressing T will toggle showing this grid. Alfalfa. A little more transparent. I think the problem is actually this width here. I don't know. Let's just take a look. Is that better? It's okay. I'm just going to kind of leave it as is. And then, yeah, the CPU looks a little bit weird. In fact, most of these will probably look a little bit strange unless I draw the grid on top of everything. Which I don't know how I feel about that. The most bottom row line doesn't show up. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know what... Okay, I know what caused that. I just found it weird because it showed up the first time. But thank you, G240. Light grid rather than dark grid? Yeah, we can do that too. Or... Well, the problem with this is that it depends on the tile set. We might eventually have a snowy tile set, and then you could imagine it's going to be really hard to see. So this should be dynamic or something. But for right now, I think this looks fine. This is pretty good. So now we have that bottom line too. We have the line all the way on the right side. So right and bottom lines are showing up. And this is going to be a hidden feature for right now anyway. You'll have to press T on your keyboard to get this to show up. So let's go do that. So render tile grid should be if this dot should render tile grid. So now I just need to make it so then we press this button. It's false by default. When you press the T key, does T do anything right now? It doesn't. Keycode.t. Nope, doesn't do anything. Alright, that's fine. So keycode.t. There. So there, everything should be working now. So you press T and it shows, whoa, that's light. And I can't type. Okay, there. probably like that maybe. Hey Corp. And no, I didn't solve that. That's gonna hang over me until next year. I think it's a bug, kind of hard to test on live with the matchmaking. I have a bot with artillery 3, no script. Play versus an empty defense. Place one bot, commence. The bot will move a little bit, then start to go one tile left, one tile right, and do nothing. Yeah, that is weird. I'll definitely investigate this. Hey, Rami. Yeah, Botland is online right now, and it's got the new tile set too. Okay, so we press T, and the grid shows up. Press T again, and it hides. I think this is too subtle. I also don't want to spend the rest of today configuring just these alpha values. So let's just make it a little bit darker. Maybe like that and like that, something along these lines. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that's fine for now. So if you want this on, you'd toggle this, and then you can see where you're putting your bots, and then you can toggle it off. You can keep it on, by the way, for the entirety of the time that you're testing. Oh, except for bots move underneath this. So we should probably only do this while you're not testing. So we'll just do it this way. There. Rami already gave me all of his points once. It was actually a lot of points. How much does Rami have? Yeah, 1,857. Alright, so we press T. As soon as we hit test, the grid goes away. I think that's good. And then when you cancel the test, it comes back. And you can toggle the grid showing. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. So let's just go comment some of these things. Tile grid. If true, we'll draw a grid over the tiles. Make it easier to tell where bots can be placed, where entities can be placed. Yeah, sure. And then this is used to draw the tile grid. Alright, fine. Thanks for the points, I guess. Now I can finally buy lights. Oh man, so much fun. Alright, there. I'm done with that. Definitely a bug. Okay, damn, I'll take a look. Maybe I just put that there to bother you, Hideo. Maybe there's no such thing as bugs in Botland. Alright. Hey, Saul. It's going pretty well. Towers have graphics. You really have done a great job. This is not really my doing. Alright, this stuff's all fine. Cool, and we have to get rid of most of this. So that. There we go. Allow for pressing T to toggle the tile grid. Yeah, that's it. Just leave it at that. Wait, what? EJ has a kid. Wouldn't it be Noob has a kid? Okay, so have a bot with artillery 3, no script. Play versus an empty defense. Place one bot, commence. The bot will move a little bit, then start to go one tile left, one tile right, and do nothing. Alright, let's try this out. So we got to log in as Adam5. We got to make no defense. So just drag these bots off of the arena. We save it. And now we log in as Adam. And we make an artillery bot. So artillery 3 with no script. This is what Hideo was doing. And you place the bot somewhere. Let's put it here. And we hit commence. And then what happens? Okay, well, it works for me. What is this? I think this tile has a border issue on the bottom. On top, it's kind of 1 pixel. On bottom, it's 2 pixels. That might not be an art bug, but let me take a look. That's on the left edge of the arena. It's this. Yeah, I think that might just be a zoom bug. Right, this is what you were talking about? Oh, I clicked the wrong one, didn't I? It was this one. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so it's computer... Well, I'll write this down. Has... Alright, yeah. I will mention that later. Okay, so Hideo... Oh, we'll be taking some time to smooth these out. Okay, cool. This is the benefit of having Jason in the stream, is I don't need to write this stuff down at all. So yeah, Hideo, is there any other information you can give me about that bug? That's what I get. Maybe it's related to chips, no idea. Oh, wow, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is related to chips, and I think I know what's happening here. So this is something that I think this is going to be really hard to deal with. All right, let's try this again. So we got to attack Adam 5, which we can't even do because the matchmaker is only ever going to pit us against Adam 2. So we have to beat Adam 2. Yeah. I know what's happening. Good job, Hideo. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is something I even need to fix, to be honest. I'll have to figure it out. I'm assuming Botland will be offline for your entire vacation? Yeah, it will be. Why don't you put the open source of Botland in GitHub? Can be that anyone scout have interest in your project. I am not going to make the game open source. I don't want to make it like easier for people to just launch their own version of Botland. And I think that's probably what would end up happening. Alright, so here's what's going on, Hideo. Figure it out, implementation. So what we have here is figure it out has this logic. 1, try firing artillery. 2, try moving closer to something. And then 3, yeah, that's pretty much it. So Hideo, this is what this is all about. So how would you, like, I could make figure it out be aware that you only have artillery and then have it not pursue something when you're within the minimum range of artillery. But it's going to lead to really weird things happening. So, Hideo, I don't really know what to do here. Yeah, because if it does this, even if it did this, there's no telling whether it could eventually end up in this situation. For example, a bot lures it close to the CPU, then it cloaks and teleports away. Now, your artillery bot is too close to the CPU and doesn't sense any nearby enemies. Yeah, no, Hideo, I totally agree with that. That's not what Figure It Out should do. But then again, this is the problem with artillery, I suppose. It has a minimum range. So what happens when you're within the minimum range of your only target in the arena? Like, should it be smart enough to know to back up and then shoot it? Maybe. Maybe if you have Figure It Out and your only weapon is artillery, that your bot and your only target visible is too close, that it should move away from the target. Hey, Showbot. Alright. This is probably the best solution, but it's not something I'm going to do right now. So let's put this here. Because I would need to write a bunch of functions that I don't have right now. So I don't really. Okay. So where does this go? So when a bot's only weapon is artillery and it has the Figure It Out script, it can run into cases where it just moves back and forth repeatedly because the only targetable entity is within its minimum range. Never found it if it wasn't for testing. Specifically, that artillery animation was fixed. Not a case you're going to see every day, I think. Yeah, I don't think you see it every day. And I also think if this happens at early stages in the game, then there won't be chips. So probably won't end up running into this, maybe. You can place bots on top of chips. Yeah, no, Rami, that's intentional. Chips are not supposed to prevent movement, because if they did, then they would act as walls. You will eventually, I'll put walls in the game, but imagine if they acted as walls, then you could put your own bots like this to form an even bigger wall, and something like this. So now this is a wall that's like 4 tiles long. So instead, just chips don't count as walls. So yeah, you can just put a bot on top of a chip. No, not on top of an enemy chip. Wait, what is going on here? I think this is a different bug I just encountered. Let me try something. Yeah, I think this is a bug. What is going on? I can't... What? No. Oh, I know. This is the hammer threshold coming back to bite me. Okay, never mind. The bug is the hammer threshold. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I gotta fix that. Hey, Skynet. Okay. I need Hideo's image from before. Where is that? Here it is. Okay. Well, that's that for now. So I think we'll work on avatars. This is going to be the last thing that I do before vacation that's actually new. And I don't even know how long it's going to take. Probably not the entire day. So UI for picking them, validation that the user has the pieces they're trying to use, saving a snapshot of that into replay. Yeah, so let's go write all this stuff down. Where did I write avatar stuff? Here it is. Okay, so in case you're curious about what avatars are, they are this. Your iconic bot that will show up when you attack someone else, when you log in, like it'll show up in a lot of places. Oh, hey, partial data. Man, this is super weird. I was just thinking about you yesterday and how I haven't seen you in the stream at all. And I was wondering how your hue bulbs are doing. But yeah, welcome back. You were just in time because 2 days later and I wouldn't be here for an entire month. How are things going with you? Noob, ask if you can pay him in RuneScape gold. Working? I see. So show your avatar on the news page to the left of the log. Should probably center the log. Center the battle log. I think the distribution of packs is broken. If I understand correctly, it's pseudo-random. How many you can buy per day, right? No. It's okay. So here's what's happening, Rami. When you create an account, you're given a number, 1, 10, or 100. And the higher it is, the luckier you are. So you happen to be very lucky and you got 100. So now every single day that you log in, you're given $100. This is to represent like whales in a game. So you are just a whale. So it's, yeah, you just get 100 packs every day if you want. What are you doing for a month? I'm going to be visiting my wife's family and visiting my family. Hey, Sabin. Except for the few issues / suggestions I said earlier, this is a solid update. Art's amazing, brings a fresh and neat thing to Botland. And London replay too, it's going to be amazing. Alright, cool. Yeah, thanks, Hideo. Yep, you're a whale. Is there a whale? There's whale 2, and there's whale. Interesting. Adam, can you visit me? I am your biggest fan. I can't visit you. I can't visit anyone on this trip other than the people we already have planned to visit. There's not going to probably be a lot of extra time too. Why'd you prefer the web programming approach? A game engine like Unity wouldn't be easier? I think a game engine would be a lot easier for a lot of the client side things. I wanted to use the same code I was using on the server as I was using on the client. And I already decided on Node.js for the server. Unity has a like sort of JavaScript. It's not exactly JavaScript, and it wouldn't be ES6, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I decided to go this route. Plus, the other thing I read about Unity is their WebGL export is more like a test than it is a fully fledged feature. And yeah, no Adam bot because it's already the sub mode. Sometimes lurk in here and watch you, and then I have to get back to coding. He can only visit upper management. In case anyone is wondering what partial data is talking about, it's this. Oh, he took down the link. What a jerk. Wait a second, no. Oh, partialdata.com is just coming soon. You must have started using a different web server or something. Well, anyway, the Twitch video still works. Yeah, now no one can play that very fun game. Okay, so show your avatar on the news page to the left of the log, center the battle log. There needs to be a UI for picking them, so show Show the name of your bot. That part I'm not sure I want to do. Maybe that's the name of your account. Yeah, let's do that. Show your account name beneath the bot. Show a wrench next to the account name. That puts you into pick mode. So this is going to pop out a panel here. I guess we should put an X probably up here too. That way if you want to cancel it, you can. Maybe just clicking somewhere else on the screen could do that. Okay, and then here we need to show you all of your blueprints. What we could do is show you just unique ones based on your cosmetics loadouts. Because you might have 10 bots that look the same. Granted, I guess the point of this is that it'll update it. Actually, I should think about that. Should your avatar update when you make changes to the underlying bot? Should your avatar update when you sell cosmetic items that it's using? So if we link it to a blueprint, this is a blueprint, not a bot. If we link it to a blueprint, then we'll get this for free. Yeah, so I guess it should be linked to a blueprint, and that's really what this UI is doing here. Also, this probably needs to scroll. Add a scroller for the blueprint icons. Make sure the icons can be selected, but will never show buttons on them. Put an X at the upper right that will cancel without making changes. Check mark at the bottom right that will save changes. The question is whether avatar is linked to a collection of cosmetics or whether it's linked to a blueprint slot. Yeah, and I think the answer is it should be linked to a blueprint slot. That way, well, but then yeah, as you make changes to the blueprint, you'd be updating your avatar as well, and you might not realize it. Because you might want your avatar to be something that doesn't correspond to one of your blueprints. Something we could do is just change this UI entirely and have it be something like this, where your avatar just shows you this UI and you're like, okay, my avatar is going to look like this. Now it doesn't need to correspond to anything. But I don't know. And the backend is going to have to change depending on what we decide here too. I vote number 2. So this is what Jason votes for. And was clicking on your botline coins in the news menu do, or is it supposed to do? Currently, if you click on it while having more than 10,000, it gets reset to 10,000. Yeah. So that's correct what's happening here. This is just a debug function, Rami. Yeah, and if you take a look at the changelog, this is from, November 29th. Clicking the credit card icon in the upper left of the news page will set a user's bot coin at 10,000. This is just a debug API that I'll disable eventually. Well, Jason, if it's linked to your blueprint, then that wouldn't be the case. And that's what I was saying here. Should your avatar update when you sell the last of a cosmetic item that it's using? And I said if we link it to a blueprint, then we'll get this for free. i.e., your avatar will stop using that item as well when you sell it, because it's automatically removed from blueprints. I fail as an admin. No, it's okay. There's a lot of information, Rami, to absorb, and I think it's okay if you're like, wait, what does this button do? If you ever see something like this in the game, by the way, that just randomly gives you money, chances are it's a debug feature. because that's the kind of thing that should not ever make it into the game. What's an avatar in Botland? It's just the icon you have to represent that you are this user. So for example, see how in the battle log here it says Jonesy defeated Rock Fortress? This is Jonesy's avatar, which was customized right here. You just click this wrench button, you pick an avatar, you click the check mark, and it changes it. Hey Puka. What if your avatar is automatically just blueprint slot number 1? Remove the interface entirely. Yeah, that could work too. The problem is, okay, so if avatars are just blueprint number 1, the question is attack number 1 or defense number 1? So the answer I would say here is defense number 1, since that's part of your identity that people see more frequently, I think. Actually, I don't know about that. I would probably say defense number 1 anyway, though. We're back. It's back online. Oh, good. Thank God. How do you play the game again? Oh, clicking. That's right. Getting unhandled HTTP 500 when I'm trying to buy more than 10 packs. I finally just now signed up for an account, so I'd probably repeat tons of already known bugs. Pawn, when you say trying to buy more than 10 packs, oh, actually, you probably just don't have the money for it. You buy packs using like fake money. And this is the fake money system I was talking about earlier. This was designed to simulate people spending money on the game. Everyone who makes an account either gets +1 per day, +10 per day, or +100 per day. So you must have gotten +10 per day. So you just exhausted your fake money. That's probably what happened, Pawn. All right. So, all right, let me consider this some more though. If avatars are just blueprint number 1, so pros and cons. I guess, yeah, the pros, this cuts out tons of UI. Cons, it's not exactly obvious how to set up your avatar. Those hitboxes are awful. Yeah, yeah. I don't think he was trying to make a very polished game. I think it was just a joke. Yeah, they're pretty hard to beat. So is this the direction we should go for this? So basically, if you wanted to edit your avatar, you need to click Edit Defense, click this bot at the upper left, change it to however you want, and then this is now your avatar, and you have to hit Save too. I know this would be a lot of extra work, but I think the players should have the option to select from some pre-made avatars, make their own from their cosmetic, or upload their own image. Uploading their own image will never be a thing. I don't want to curate user uploaded images, and you know exactly what would happen if I had that in the game. People would abuse that. The pre-made and cosmetic, though, I think we can come up with something for now, and then maybe later change how you get to that point. Also, Jason, what's your vote on this? Want to keep the UI that you had, or just go with blueprint number 1? Oh, thanks, Ryan. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying people's real names. Thanks, Partial Data. Oh, hey, check it out. These resistors kind of make it look like this bot has jewelry on, right? Or that it's got like beads in its hair or something like that. Kind of looks like that when you zoom out. Really long earrings. Could be made obvious via onboarding. You can begin with just one slot available during the tutorial, and we can tell you how this works to the point we allow access to a new slot. Interesting questions. We thought we can talk offline. I think there's a way to make number 1 slot work. I kind of dig it. Oh yeah, the other thing is what happens when you don't have any defense blueprints. I guess we should prevent you from getting into this situation. because it would mean that you don't have a defense. Yeah, Rami, that's Jason. I survived a work week with management. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing we need here too. What happens if you delete the underlying blueprint? So we need to handle what happens in any of these cases when you just don't have an avatar anymore. So I think the best thing to do would probably be just let you customize your cosmetics like this with your avatar. That way it's its own entity and it's not linked to anything else. And it would make sense where you're updating it. So if yeah, Jason, there's tons of commands that people have access to where they can find out a whole bunch of stuff. Here's one of them. Gonna bash on it only being since September. Yeah, it says 434 days. I think Jason said like one or two things before today in the stream, but it was very infrequently. 45 points. Man, Jason could control the lights if he wanted to. So the avatar is just if you configure the cosmetics directly for the avatar, then pros, it's obvious where you edit the avatar. It doesn't need to correspond to a blueprint, which means it doesn't need to take up a blueprint slot that you may not use. Oh, actually, hey Geek, how's it going? What's kind of nice about this, about linking it to a blueprint, oh man, is that it will take up one of your blueprint slots, meaning you'll probably try to make use of your avatar, which is good because it's what represents you as a user. Oh, and Jason, that's not a Twitch feature. That's a like per bot feature. So yeah, typing points happens to work in this channel, but in someone else's channel it might be like, in Zeef's channel it's Zeef coins. I'll buy quick before I have to start dinner. How about you progressing much? So check this out, Geek. Click this link and then you can see the new tile set. Ooh. Alright, so it's obvious where you edit it. And what else? Oh yeah, you can, well, another pro of this. This means it doesn't need to take up a blueprint slot that you may not use for actual battles. And two, you can delete your blueprints without worrying about unsetting your avatar. So cons, you have to design the UI for this. And also, well, this is not a con because it has to happen no matter what, I think. We can decide what we want to have happen when you sell an item that your avatar is using. I don't expect this to ever be an issue. one way or another. Wonder why the game is so slow to load. There's like 8 megabytes or something that it's got to download. I'm gonna fix that up eventually. Hi, Dippy. All right, thanks. You too, Partial Data, at least about the Happy New Year. I don't know if you're taking any trips, but yeah, happy holidays. I'll see you next year. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, I think I'm leaning more toward this because I think the pros outweigh the cons. I think the cons of these other ones is like you have an avatar on your main screen and it corresponds to a blueprint. So now you need something to pick between attack and defense. Then you might toggle it without realizing it. Then maybe I won't work on avatars today. Because, let's see, for me to get this UI in there, I don't think it'd be too bad, actually. Maybe. Yeah, we'll talk about this later, I suppose. So I'll just save this avatars design.txt. Alright, so we won't do that today. Putting this on hold for a bit until we've decided how avatars will work underneath. Well, on the back end. So the other thing for today was upgrade to Pixie 4.0. We will do that now, I suppose. Yeah, let's try it out. Pixie.js. Let's go get 4.0. Nice, Greta. I wonder if my bot is still advertising the FAQ on its own. Has that been happening at all? Is there that new to botland, blah, blah, blah? I don't know if that even happens anymore. I don't see it in the chat log for the last half hour. Huh. Oh. Oh, thanks for the follow. Okay, so we want to get the newest version of this. I wonder, out of curiosity, is this on... Browserify bundled process for Pixie libraries? I don't really think I want to do this. Also, I have no idea what they refer to by Pixie here. I assume Pixie.js. Yeah, well, whatever. We can just download the new one and do it how I'm doing it here. Oh, it does? Okay, good. Cool. Yeah, I don't really need this stuff. So let's just download the newest version. And let's also see how I'm doing this with the current version. It should just be in vendor code somewhere. Yeah, Pixie. There it is. So we just have these two things. Can you just copy paste the Pixie webpage splash screen as one of the Botland battle backgrounds? I don't think these filters run very well on mobile. Actually, let me try this. I have my iPad right here. I have my really, really bad iPad right here. Let's take a look. All right, so step one is load Chrome. This is going to take a long time. What's the difference between JS and JS.map? So you know how you could have something in ES5? Let's say you do something like this. What's a good example? Class person. Something along these lines. Oh my god, I don't know what's with my typing lately. Alright, so this is actually ES6. ES5 code turns into this, like var person equals function name, this dot name equals name. Well, if this is main.js, then main.js.map is going to say something like, alright, you know line 10 that we have in our code here? This actually corresponds to line 3 over here, and actually line 4. So it'll say something like line 10 corresponds to lines 3 and 4 Line 11 corresponds to line 5. So it's a way of mapping your output code, which could be anything, into your input code, which could be something like TypeScript or ES6. This is HTML5? Yeah. I see, Rami. Okay. Yeah, I must have just missed it then. All right, so let's go to Pixie.js. What's the name of the website? Pixie.js.com. All right, so iPad 2, let's see what happens. Yep, just a black background. They either determined that iPad 2 is too bad at rendering this thing or that it can't render it. So yeah, I don't think I can do effects like this. Anyway, I should open the download page, right? Yep. So it doesn't matter whether I use the minified code or not, because I should have a build step that minifies everything. Unfortunately, Uglify isn't really working. What did I miss on lunch? What is this stream? That was just me looking at the Pixie website. We're about to upgrade to version 4. So let's get the unminified version. The only thing we'll need after that is... Actually, let me do this. Let me see what's in this folder. Oh, they're using S3. What? No, I don't want to do that. Doesn't appear on my iPad Pro, which should run it fine. Yeah, then they must have disabled it. Oh, hey, they have an NPM install. I should probably just use that then, huh? CDN install. Let's try that out. BLCL npm install pixie.js. Yeah. We got 4.2.3. Okay, let's try this. So then when it comes to using it, we should just require pixie.js. Where do we currently do this? Oh, this is going to be, it's going to be a little bit more annoying, I think. All right, well, let's test some things. This is probably going to break everything. So let's go to index.pug. Let's get rid of pixie from here. Get rid of pixie and index.pug. So now the game should just not work at all. Nothing should load because I don't have pixie here. Yeah, there. So it just totally fails. So now let's start with the pixie wrapper, which is where we check to see if we have access to WebGL. This, yes, pixie. Okay, so let's try that out. Const. How does that character keep getting in there? What? Since when does control backspace? This is like notepad functionality right now. What could have caused this to just happen? I can't even click things in the menu bar. Okay, something's wrong. I must think a key is held down that isn't. Oh, clicking just stopped working. Okay, Sublime. I can't cancel out of this stuff. What is going on? Okay, this is super weird. Oh, there's a dialogue showing that wasn't blinking or anything. All right, that was really weird. You have an error in the background? I just didn't see that. Cool sounds. Alt tab through. Yeah. No, I'm aware of it now. I thought that might be the case because that's what happens in HTML. So yeah, weird. Usually those pop up on top though. All right, so let's try this. So const pixie equals require pixie.js. This will get it in this one file. That won't just cause the project to work. because I'm going to be missing it from everywhere else. This would have to be a global. In fact, I guess I could do that for right now. Global.pixie equals pixie. But we're still going to run into issues. All right, so let's take a look. One, we have this obnoxious thing printing out. Generate texture has moved to the renderer. Please use renderer.generate texture. Abstract filter has been renamed to filter. Please use pixie.filter. Cannot set property value of undefined. So where is this coming from? Okay, well, let's go do this. So this is really pixie.filter. And then we need to fix generate texture as well. Look at those hearts. Beautiful pink stars. I had some way of disabling this. I don't know how we do that again, but I'm going to write that down. Figure out how to cut out the pretty pink stars and hearts. Oh, what? Where are the hearts? Hearts don't work in Sublime? They work in Notepad? And I can't copy paste this in here? No, I can't. Okay, well, that's fine. Pixie.don't say hello equals true. Sounds good, Hideo. Don't disable it, you monster. Hey, J Bugsy. So this has to be on the renderer now, which we probably don't even have. Yep, we don't. Well, that sucks. So then we still can't generate these? That's too bad. What library for classes like ECMA 6? I'm using Babel to transpile it back to ES5. So, yeah. That's generally it. Alright, well we don't have a renderer here. I guess we could just kind of hack this for now too. Get rid of Pixie from vendor code. Make sure that everywhere we're using Pixie that we're requiring it. Sapa global.renderer hack. Yeah, Tiny the boss. I'll get right on that. I'll buy a new license. Alright, the global.renderer hack we don't actually have yet. But here's where we can do it. Global.debug renderer. So then everywhere that we do generate texture, we can change this. Oh wait, whoa, we have it right there. What am I doing? Oh, this is not bad at all. All we have to do is this dot generate texture of this. So this is just changing arguments around. Yeah. Pixie.utils.skip hello. Pixie is the rendering engine for WebGL here that can fall back to the canvas if I need. Timeout, Hideo. You'll never give me incorrect advice. Alright, what about these? So this... You know what we could do? We could just use the transpose feature in Sublime to do this. There. Except for not really. We need another dot here. And then we can swap these. Anyway. Let's go to the next one now. So this is going to be the same thing. This dot generate texture container. Cool. So that should fix the deprecation issues. Let's try that out. If we see bots printing out here now, then we're in business. Cannot set property value of undefined. Well, we got rid of the deprecation issues. So next up is here. Create color application filter. Let's not even do that. Let's just do it this way. Okay, so primary color doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. No, come on. Did they change this? The filter exists. Oh, there's no dot value. Oh, God. All right, so fine. Filter dot star value. Where do I do this? Oh, God. Wait, what? What? What is this? Oh, man. All right. I didn't even realize this. This is probably going to break everything. Yeah, gotta clean up Pixie Wrapper. So we just get rid of value and then we're fine. This is why you should always make everything from scratch by yourself. Alright, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Actually, you know what? When we wanted to search for filter dot star value, we want slash dot dot star value. There we have it. So now we just get rid of these. Done. And now everything magically works. Wait for it. Legacy renderer? What is this? Cannot read property render of null. Oh, God. So you can't... Oh, man. You can't use render textures anymore the way that I was using them? This is how I feel right now. So render texture exists, but then render texture.render, well, I guess it also exists. But it takes in a display object, matrix, clear, and update transform. And the renderer doesn't exist, yeah. What is he programming? A game? Yeah, I'm making a game. Legendary meme. It's called Botland. And the second Botland bot link there to YouTube is a video on it. It's also playable right now if you want to try it out. Render texture.render is now deprecated. Okay, so this is a problem. They should have printed out the warning first and then actually tried calling into the code. Please use renderer.render display object render texture. Okay, so renderer.render. Do we even have that? Well, first of all, where are we? Get colorized sprite in the sprite sheet dictionary. Pixie wrapper.renderer. Okay, so render texture.render doesn't exist, and it said please use what? Renderer.render. So renderer.render. Display object render texture. So display object render texture. So that's what we have to do? Do I ever make any other render textures? Goodness. Alright, let's try that out. Warning, the thing you did killed you. Yeah. Hey, Field Science. When will I finish the project? So, yeah, what Endor LinkedIn is pretty helpful for this. Alpha should be done by the end of January. I'm about to take a vacation for about a month in 2 days. So it's basically what would have been the end of December had I been here the whole month. So yeah, we're about a month worth of working away from the alpha version. The alpha version, though, and I describe this here, these are the goals. The game will not be finished by any means. And yeah, Legendary meme, the server's in Node.js. So when will the real release of the game be? Well, I think I wrote some of this stuff in the FAQ, but I'm hoping for a beta sometime around April, and then a release in summer. It's going to be tough to get some of that stuff working, but we'll see. We'll get there. January is going to be a month of a lot of bug fixes and polish and just finishing the last couple of features that I have. Right now what I'm doing is upgrading this stupid library. Actually, I like Pixie so far. It's not bad. Set render target is not a function. Pixie wrapper.renderer.set render target. Okay, well, let's find the source of this. How will you monetize the game? So, Legendary Meme, I highly suggest reading the FAQ at this point. Because you have now asked 3 questions on the FAQ. And at this rate, you're just going to go through all of them. So, I might as well take a look at that. Alright, so PixieWrapper.renderer, set render target doesn't exist. So this is something that, I wonder if this is even needed. This doesn't exist anymore. I said without this, gl.glclear will clear the render texture, which would clear out this sprite. The important part is the activate call underneath. But that's also the expensive part, so we may as well just call the whole function so that we don't have any weird side effects later. Alright, let's try getting rid of this. This might break everything. Get base 64 is now deprecated. Oh my god. All of this is deprecated. Do you run Twitch ads on stream? I don't ever manually trigger them anymore. When I first became a partner, I tried it for like 2 days and I just got sick of it, so I just stopped. But Twitch runs ads for me. I think when you start up a stream, it probably shows you an ad still, right? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, Field Science, and thanks. Hey, Nate. Ooh, all right, let's keep working through this. Get base 64. So where does this get called? Here. Is it the only place? Yep. Oh, so this shouldn't be too hard to fix then. I hope. So what are we supposed to change this with? Renderer.extract.base64. So renderer.extract.base64. Let's try that. Oh god. Alright, so PixieWrapper's render function changed too. I wonder how much of this I'm going to have a problem with. Because these are things that I don't totally know the side effects of. And the render display object. Oh, I don't like this. Alright, so set filter stack. Do we just not have this function anymore? We don't. You know, one of the things that they advertise in version 4 is like 99% of your code should just work, which I guess most of my code is working, but more of the API broke than I thought would have. So set filter stack doesn't exist. What was this supposed to do? And also this is in PixieWrapper. We didn't want to call flush at the end of it. Alright, well, let's look up render display object. Find out what this is supposed to do. No code. What? That's impossible, right? Oh, they totally changed their render function? Uh-oh. This isn't good. Uh-oh. Render here doesn't even do anything. That's supposed to be overridden, I'm guessing. Oh man, where did I get this from? Alright. The way that Pixie handles rendering is like this. They call render once on a display object container, a stage or world, then the object is responsible for rendering all of its children. We can't do things that way for a couple of reasons. The most important is that we'd end up calling update transform on every single sprite in the game world, even if it's not visible. Also, if we called in the Pixie's render function for each draw call we have, we'd clear the screen and not batch sprites rendering. Oh boy. If I'm Prime, do I still get ads? Yeah, I think the way that Twitch Prime works is if I would have shown an ad, it won't show it to you, but I'll still get the revenue for it. But even despite that, I'm still not showing extra ads. Why are you updating the library again? I think it's good to have things up to date. If they ever had a feature that I want and I have to do larger update, let's say from version 3 to 5 or something instead of just 3 to 4, then it would be much more difficult in the future. All right, I wonder if we can get rid of all of this. What if we just got rid of this? What is main render function? Okay, that part is still fine, I suppose. And then instead of our render function, we just call into, God, this is so much I had to do to get around this. I would have to do this. Yeah, this is probably gonna break everything. And then post render, we'd get rid of that too. Okay, let's try that out. That's totally wrong. And also my mouse is lagging now. Okay, bad things are happening right now. It's like super laggy. Okay, so let's cut that out because it's actually like lagging the stream, I think. I didn't even get the profile on that. If you're lagging on stream, yeah. Will there be a checkerboard theme for nostalgic purposes? No, probably not. Alright, this is bad. This is really bad. What if I try something like this? What if let's take a look at something. Request animation frame. Hey Andorn. And hey Horforia. Oh man. Alright, can we throttle this? So hopefully this doesn't lag it so badly. It's gonna cause other issues to happen here. Nope, still lagging. What if we set this to like 1,000? Rewrite a renderer from scratch using PixieGL Core. I mean, I might have to do that for all I know. Is this any better? No, it's still super laggy. What is going on? How can this be done from anything other than request animation frame? Okay, let's just get rid of this altogether. I don't know how this could lag now, so let's try it. Right, lag is gone. Okay, but it also doesn't render the arena at all now. And also bots are getting super weird colors on them. Oh boy. This is so bad. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix all this stuff. Do you fear that someone will write the best bot and then share it online? And everyone will be using the same copy-pasted bot? I don't fear that in the same way that I think this would be like, imagine in almost any other game if you said, hey, I have the perfect strategy. It would be a bad game if you could just always use that strategy and pull it off completely. So picture a game like, I don't know, StarCraft. Is there a perfect strategy that beats everyone? No, because you have to react to what other people are doing. So it's the same thing in botland. Otherwise, that means I've designed it poorly. Hey, Thomas. Yeah, this is really bad. Granted, I was doing a lot of like weird hacks with this render stuff. So I'll have to fix this. And filters aren't working correctly. This is gonna take all day, isn't it? Hey, Glowing Soul. Haven't played StarCraft. Well, and I don't know if Legendary Meme has. But still, what I was getting at is in most strategy games, you might have a strategy to start off with, but if there's no reaction element, there's no decision making you have to make based on what you're seeing, then yeah, that strategy will just work every time. So I like I said, I think it would mean that I designed botland poorly if that happens. So the first thing we have to do here is figure out how about we get those filters working? Figure out the render function again. So let's take a look. Here's where we compose these bots. We generate a texture on this container. Excuse me, we extract the base 64. So this part is fine. We're getting a base 64 image. It's the coloration that's working wrong. And that's here. Create color filter. I bet this is failing somehow. I'm just not totally sure how. So set render target is gone. And that's what I used to do here. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty tough day. But we'll hopefully learn a lot. Yeah, so set render target doesn't exist anymore. Hey, Galactic Flash. Why am I updating Pixie? So, okay, the biggest reason why I'm updating it is, let me show you guys this. The performance on iOS has apparently improved greatly. It's these kinds of features that are making me upgrade this. Render texture refactoring. V3 broke a few rules that meant canvas rendering code and WebGL rendering code were in the same place. Wait a second, does this mean? Huh. Why do you wear a jacket indoors instead of changing the AC? Well, one costs money and the other's free. Hey, Sky Blue. I've been doing well. The game's undergone some changes too. If you want to check that out, it's online right now. If anyone wants to check that out, just go to play.bot.land. We just added in the computer tile set. So now your sockets actually look like sockets. When you drag chips around, they look like they're getting placed correctly. There's random tiles. There's a stock image for the CPU right now. And yeah. Check for V3 to V4 migration. Yeah, that's a good idea, Chimpanzee. I wonder if they have something like that. For filters, you have to use mapped matrix to convert texture chord to map chord. Yeah, Chimpanzee, good idea. Hey, Macy. V3, that was a reference. Wait, what's this? Not understanding comments in shader source code. Is that what's happening here? Because I'm pretty sure I have comments in my source code. If that's what's going wrong, that's something I never would have guessed. Let's just delete all the comments. We have to make sure that they're... Yeah, let's delete all of these. And save this, and then run it again, and... No. That's not fixing things. Getting some like weird colors here. It looks kind of cool, but it's not working how it should. I personally would apply a shader with better tinting you have for the whole renderer. And then use multiple quads to render each bot instead of messing with render targets and frame buffers. So Spurtman, part of the reason I'm doing things this way is because I wanted each piece to still be movable. So let's say I wanted to animate just the head part of this. I could do that. And that's why I split them up the way I had split them. Oh, they have a migration guide. Okay, thanks, Adeo. Unless you also pack your rendered bots, which I doubt. Okay, I'll have to write this down for an Ushperman. And I'll have to take a look at this eventually. Many of the filters have been externalized to Pixie filters with the exception of these. Bojingles, I'm making a game called Botland. Oh, this is basically just that same post. Well, yeah, this is going to be tough then. Because I'll have to find out exactly what's going wrong here. There's a bunch of issues right now. Bojingles, if you don't mind, because a lot of people have been dropping in and they've been asking the same sorts of questions, could you check out the FAQ? Because I answer a lot of these things. Pre-rendering may be worth it for the background actually, and still needs measuring to be sure. Yeah, we'll look into this stuff. Let's try to figure out what's going wrong with the colors. It could be a problem with something here that they mentioned. Texture.basemode.wrap mode. In V3 they were repeated. I don't think this matters because I wasn't using repeated textures to begin with. Yeah, this should be fine. Did you use a branch for such a migration? No, I haven't. And then they talk about this here too. You have to use a mapped matrix to convert texture chord to map chord. So I'm not noticing, well, I guess there are some weird things happening on edges maybe, although for all I know that was already the case. What I am noticing is that the majority of this bot is not colored correctly. Let's take a look at the underlying, why is it not opening up? There we go. Let's look at the underlying images themselves. So let's take a look at this octopus head, for example. This is here. So the only things being colored are actually the black parts of these images. Yeah, these are turning pink. And is it the same thing here too? Where's the torso for that? Here it is. Yep. Okay, so only the black parts of these images are being colored. And same thing with the wasp, I'm guessing. Where's the wasp base? Where are you, wasp base? There it is. Well, that's the wrong image that I just looked at. It's this. Yep, black parts. Okay. So it's just that. So that's the first thing we're gonna have to figure out. Only the black parts of the image are being colored. Nuzwark? Thanks for the host. I don't think I've ever seen you stream. I'll have to check it out later. You ever thought about coding for a RuneScape Classic private server? I've gotten this question I think like 3 times in the last 15 months. It's a very specific question, and the answer is no. In fact, was it you who asked the last time? Have you been here before? 16 minutes. Can you show the shader code again? Yeah. Go on vacation with peace of mind now. I've made... What is this? Wow. Wow, Ravi. Are you ever tempted to hire a guy, a student, to work part-time to do all the boring stuff like updating Pixie? No, I'm not, because I think that would be really, really difficult to set all of that up. I need to find someone, that I need to make sure they're producing code of proper quality. I need to, I don't know. There's a lot that goes into that. All right, anyway, let's take a look. So we have texture chords here, and I wonder if this is what they were talking about when they said turn these into map chords. Map to matrix. Let's take a look. Where would this even come from? Is this just GL? I don't know what they mean by mapped matrix. I don't know whose API this comes from. Yeah, I think a JS fiddle would have been a little better for that than Rami. Oh, also Calix says, I won undefined games today. Interesting. Yeah, I'll write that down as a bug. They probably pass it as a uniform / varying. I feel like 2 samplers you have are switched around. Well, and don't forget, this all used to work. So use sampler and mask sampler. I mean, I can just swap these if that's what you want to see. But I want to fully understand what's going wrong here too. So I'll check this out, but... Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is helping. Let me check something else out here, actually. What if we say GL frag color equals RGBA 1, 1, 1, 1. So this should just be white. Because I want to see if this is even getting updated. Oh, that's apparently not valid. How are you supposed to do this? Vec4? Whoops. What am I doing? Yeah, there we go. So this is being updated. Yeah, now they're perfectly white. Okay. So I can change this to however I want. And we at least know that this is code that's getting updated and getting used. I don't know, JBugsy. And I think there's a pretty slim chance of that happening, to be honest. But we'll see. Okay, so all our bots look like blocks now. That's pretty helpful. Let me take a look at this. So we're able to go through and find, maybe this changed? Can we get the G color of this? Oh, thanks, Hideo. Map chord. Oh, it's just the name of a variable. Or maybe it's... Gert. The typing video is not a real thing. It's just me being a goofball. People kept asking me to do a typing test, but they never specified that I do it in English. So there's your typing test video. Okay, this is actually probably pretty helpful. So let's see what this person was doing here anyway. No, but this is an edge problem. And this is what that wiki was talking about too, right? Paddings in POW 2. Yeah, I don't know if this is an edge problem here. Alright, see you, geek. French is cheating because it still uses the same letters. Yeah, but they're diacritic marks, and those are different. And I don't have those quickly set up on my keyboard. I hear wiki. Did you try to summon me? Did you hear wiki? Can you show the code passing the uniforms to the shader? Yeah, those, let's go take a look. And also, what uniforms do we even have? Primary color, secondary color, and the samplers. These things might have changed too. So here. So primary color, secondary color, mask sampler is the mask texture. Oh, maybe this isn't getting passed correctly anymore. So what used to happen is that this would have dot value here. I'm going to put a breakpoint on this and we'll find out what's going on. Okay, and let's also, as long as we're doing this, well, let's set primary color to red. And the secondary color to green. Or pink. I don't know. Red and pink. Sure, fine. Actually, we should probably make them a little bit more distinct, huh? Yeah, red and green. There. So let's take a look at that. We see red and green in these sprites, right? Yes. So it's passing in the colors correctly. So I guess we don't need that dot value anymore. And the only other question is, did anything else change with passing in these other uniforms? Mask sampler. That gets us the mask color. I guess this is what's going wrong. The mask color is incorrect. It'd be nice to know what this is. I wonder how you debug a shader. Oh, how about this? Let's just do this. Let's set it to the mask color. Yeah, there. We'll know exactly whether it's passing in the mask correctly now. Because we should see a bright green and red bot, but not colored like how I expect it to be here. So let's try that. And we're not. But somehow we're getting yellow in there. Colors are passing correctly, but only affecting the parts which should remain neutral. I don't know if the mask is inverted. From what I just did here, it looks like the mask isn't. It's getting an alpha set on it or something. That's strange. What if we said this dot RGB equals this dot RGB and then A equals 1.0? EJ, it's tomorrow. I gotta cut that out. Yeah, something weird's going on here. It looks like there are no mask colors at all. Oh, we're not even using the base in here anymore, right? Yeah, it's just the mask color. Yeah, strange. I wonder if I'm passing this in wrong. I wonder if the mask texture is just wrong. We passed this in by doing generate texture mask sprite. I'm doing this so that I have the same UV chords in the base image. G240, I'm not actually using that renderer in this. Like, none of this animate code is getting called in order for this to work. But that should be fine. At least it shouldn't be called. Maybe that is the problem. Because I should never call that render function. Yeah, no, I'm not. It should just be... Unless I override it here. No. Is password changing not implemented yet, or is it broken for me? Calic, it should be working. Let's try it out. What am I making? I'm making a game called Botland. So let's register for an account right now. Let's just do Adam6. Cool. So I made an account. Now I'm going to go say change password. Password will be chickens. Error changing. You never verified your email address. Oh, did you just make a new account? Because that is there. Try again now. I just verified all accounts. Yeah. That's probably the issue. Man, this is going to be frustrating. So the mask appears to be wrong. Let's go take a look at what's going on. The mask that I'm passing in doesn't have the right colors. When oh, you know what? I think it's getting passed in as the base image. The base images are in gray, yeah. Oh, that's probably what's happening. Get sprite mask name. 85 filter. Alright, let's close out of all of the rest of these. Can't just make images and use those? What do you mean, Skyblue? So part of what I'm doing in Botland is I have base images for these things, but then so that I can color them on the fly, there's a mask image that tells it where to assign colors. So that way you can make the eyes look different from the body, for example, and color these however you want. So I'm doing this by using a shader, and this was all working. I just happened to update Pixie. Do you still use Sublime Git? I mean, I rarely use it. I do sometimes, but it's not actually the best tool, I think. Okay, so base sprite name is that, and then yeah, we have the mask. So octopus HA mask. Let's go take a look at this. Yeah, that's weird. That's definitely weird. So for this to be gray means it's using the base image. Seems to be using the base image as the mask image. You know what we can test out? This will be an interesting test here. Yeah, maybe Hang on, let me try something. Hey, Sanchez. I wonder if the U sampler is there by default still. Because I never pass that in. That's something that must just be there still, right? That's gonna be tough. And I wonder how they change, if they change the code for this too. Let's go take a look. Pixie.filter. Rename the images in your folder. Maybe change the names. Well, I don't. So this is going through a layer of abstraction first that goes into a sprite sheet and tries to locate the correct sprite. That code is not Pixie related. And I didn't change any of that. So however it was working was fine. And it is getting the right image name. I just don't seem to be passing in the texture correctly, I think. So one of the things I want to look at, which I just forgot as soon as I opened up this page. Oh yeah, the code for Pixie filter. So let's take a look at filter. So we are using just a regular filter, right? Here. All right, do they use uSampler here anywhere? They do. Pull out the vertex and shader uniforms if they're not specified. Huh. I wonder where these types get specified too. Because I have something like 3F here. I wonder if not EF, 3F. That doesn't exist in here. Well, we could try to follow the filter code back. What is going on? Why does T not work anymore? So when you make a filter, you're passing in 1, 2, 3. So it's the third one. It's the uniforms that we care about. Now look at some of this. Dot value. Yeah, this is, man, this is the part that's broken, but, oh man, all right, fine. So then, I guess the part I don't understand is, this is what I should have done. This is silly. I don't even know how this caused it to fail. Because they never made any notes on this. Is that it? Oh no, that's fine actually, Cal. If that's fixed, that's not a bug anymore. Oh, I see. Never mind. You're talking about the other bug. Got it. All right, so specifying the value that way didn't work for this. There are a couple of other places where I'm trying to do something like this. Although then these colors, I wonder if this is even being used anymore. What if we just said primary color.rgb? Is this still getting passed in as red? I'm just gonna close this. No, not anymore. So then these values don't need to be defined that way. We can just do this. But the mask sampler doesn't work that way. Or was I just misreading the code? Super weird. Let's go back to this. So they take An object containing the current values of all custom uniforms. They take this as dot value, but it doesn't exist that way when I write the code. Let's trace that for just a second. It's right here. So this dot filter now has uniforms that are all undefined. The values are set below. I guess that's probably what I should just be fixing here. Let's just do that. You say code weirdly? Okay. No, Sanchez, don't think that way. Like, it's all, just look at it as a bunch of baby steps. You can try looking at their updated filters working. If you're doing something different, maybe like the displacement one. Yeah, I am going to take a look. I think what they do differently is they define these things here. I don't know why I didn't just do this. But let's try that, because maybe this is what's causing it to break. I know that I was getting the color in for these already, so I think this should work. The values are set below. Well, now the values didn't exist, so let's just do that. Put this over here. Let's try that out now. No, it's still not working. Alright, yeah, let's take a look at theirs. I want to see how they call into this. So let's take a look at that. Extends core dot filter, and then they call into the super with the two shaders, but no uniforms. Oh, they set them specifically here. Uniforms.map sampler equals sprite.texture. So they don't even set the value. Not specifically. I suppose that's fine. I think I should be doing things the same way. We could just take a look when I restart this. This is... it's crazy. So this dot filter, dot uniforms, should now have everything needed here, right? Yeah. Mask sampler has a render texture. Huh. So it has a height of 246, a width of 240. So here are the dimensions on it. The only way for us to know whether this is correct would be to regenerate the sprite sheets, because it should be the same as the base sprite. So if I go into here, it's octopus head, I believe, this one. Is this 240 by 246? Oh, I randomize the bots every time. we need to find out what it is. Which, there, it's the blacksmith head. So blacksmith head is very likely 240 by 246. Yes, it is. Okay, but like I said, that doesn't really matter because that's the size of the base art and the mask art. So they're both 240 by 246. So I would need to change one of these to know whether I'm even getting the right image. And then once I know I'm getting the right image, which I can't be, I wonder how that failed. The generate texture code not? Yeah, I think you were correct, because that's the only thing that can be wrong here. Maybe it's that this never got cleared or something, like pixie wrapper.render. Actually, let's just take a look. Do we even have a clear function there? There's clear. Wonder if we just did that first. But that would mean that this isn't just a quick API change. This is something else that went wrong. And where's the base thing even drawing? What happened? Can I read property clear of null? What? Didn't I just check to make sure that existed? This exists, right? Does not have a clear function in it? clear. It does. Oh, there's got to be a clear color. 0. Although even that's not going to work, I guess. Still failing. Active render target. Oh, we don't have one yet. Fine. Well, there's also clear before render. We could take a look at that. That's for the canvas renderer though. And there is no active render target anyway, so none of that matters. Yeah, keep at it, Sensius, definitely. And if you need any help, feel free to ask in here. Do you still have the Java tutor? All right, so we can't do this. So my hunch was that perhaps I'm rendering the mask image and then the base on top of it when I'm generating the texture. I don't know how that would be possible. Wow. What a feat of rendering. Wait, can you zoom in on that page? Because that would be impressive. No, you cannot. So assuming I'm getting the correct sprite, then maybe generate texture is different. Let's take a look at the documentation for that. Okay, cool. Great. Okay, so this is generate texture, which is coming from the WebGL renderer. So we pass in display object, scale mode, and resolution. Yeah, I'm calling this correctly. Man. So what would this mean then? In fact, what if I just passed in the base sprite? What happens then? Then the mask texture is going to be wrong. Actually, you know what we could do? We could try passing it in on a different sprite name maybe. Let's try that out eventually. Yeah. Let's do that. Instead of mask name being whatever it was, what is it? So mask name is octopus mask. Let's just always use this one. This is going to look totally wrong. I don't know how it's going to look, but I know it'll be wrong. Or it's just not even using that? What does this mean? All right. I don't know. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. And grab some more water too. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, weird. So it looks like this is never being used at all. I wonder if I just got rid of this, what would happen? Nothing. A mask and art. Are you using sprites for these? Because to quote, there's no way to use a custom shader with a sprite in V4. I am using textures. I should be using textures. Also, where is that quote from? Because, so I take a texture, I take a sprite, I generate just the texture from that, and then I do the shader on the texture. Thanks, Adeo. Create a custom shader for sprites and imagine lighting. Adds geometry of each sprite impact. Well, I can't use filters. WebGL inspector. I didn't even know this thing existed. Man, I'm not sure what I should be doing here then. Like, I don't know from what they wrote here whether this is just impossible or not. Hey, Ted. There's a demo how to do it using a renderer plugin. Which I wonder how they do this. And I wonder what that means for the performance of the game. Like, the only thing it's looking like right now is that I just can't upgrade to Pixie 4. I wonder if I should just stop using Pixie altogether. God, I run into so many problems because of this stuff. I'd probably need to rewrite a lot of code for that, though. In the README on the main page, it shows example usage in a link. What is this doing? Like half of these things don't even load apparently. Quad.draw is not a function. Even their examples don't work. So I'm going to do something like this. Have you tried Canvas? No, I want to make use of WebGL rendering and only require that. Pixie has a fallback to Canvas, but I haven't been using it since the beginning. And if your browser doesn't support WebGL, you just can't play Botland. Custom sprite shader. I mean, clearly a shader works here. I just can't pass in the right texture that I want to pass in. And I don't know if this is my fault or what. Let's go take a look at what I changed in here. I dig it. I used to just call this on the mask sprite and then generate a texture on the whole container. And the container had this color filter. And then this is what I used to do. This is the only part that's totally commented out now. Without this, GL clear will clear the render texture, which would clear our sprite. I mean, maybe that's what's going wrong here. Yeah, this is probably it. So I need to figure out what this used to do. So let's go look through the old code. Man, I shouldn't have to do this. Why not just save generate texture output to a PixMap and observe it without Pixie interfering? I don't have a good framework set up to do a lot of this stuff. So that could be a good idea, and I should probably look into that after doing this. I want to take a look at what this code did. Used to call .activate on the current render target. And that's the part that we wanted to have happen here. So activate equals a function that does what? How'd you just open the file in Sublime through Windows Explorer? I just pressed enter. I have it so that JS files open with Sublime. I think you can change it out by just going to open with and then choose another app. Find Sublime and set it as a default. Okay, so this is what used to happen here. We used to call setRenderTarget, and now we're not. And setRenderTarget would call activate, and I wrote down a reason for why this stuff has to happen. The important part is the activate call underneath. Okay, fine. Well, we're not doing that anymore. So does activate still exist anywhere here? It does. Maybe we just activate this then. What is this? How does this work? Render target apparently has it. Hey Tomkus. Render.setRenderTarget. And that's here, and we just called activate on that thing. Okay, so let's try that out. So that used to be right here. If we say cur render target dot activate, is that all we need to fix this? Can I read property activate of undefined? Right, because there is no render target to begin with. Oh boy. So PixieWrapper.renderer doesn't have this function anymore. And we don't even have a current render target. Active render target is null. I wonder what sets this. Let's go find out. Oops, that was Spurtman's message. How did that happen? Oh man, come on. I gotta go find that thing again now. Active render target copy. I would expect the renderer to do it at some point. Huh. According to this, nothing sets it. So it must be in this file somewhere. Showing top 2 matches, that's why. Yeah, so... Here. Bind render target. Changes the current render target. Oh, that used to be called set render target. So I just need to call bind render target, and then everything works the way I wanted it to work. Does this call activate? It does. Oh my god. Why didn't they do what they did with everything else? They had a set render target function. They should have done this. They should have done function, args, whatever, blah, 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 and then just warn, hey, you're a dummy. Use the new function. But I don't know why they didn't do it for this one. And so that's what's causing all of this stuff to go wrong? Well, not all of it, because that didn't fix everything, but can I read property activate? Oh, whoops. Am I still doing that? Or did I just not wait for this to rebuild? What? Oh, this. This never existed. Oh, I see. So, let's find out how this could have possibly worked. I guess it doesn't check to see if you're passing an undefined. And I don't know if there's something else I should have here. Oh yeah, chimpanzee, I'm aware of that. But I'm not even getting to that point yet. I used to rebind whatever the current render target was. I don't know if there's some other way I should be doing this. Just for giggles here, let's try something else out. What if I do this? What even matters here? Render target activate is not a function. Okay, I don't know. Hey, Hammy. Yeah, Mitchell's right. He did save time. Oh, man. So we could actually set this to any texture we want. In fact, if we set it to a random texture, so doing this I think is going to clear our current one. So I should make some fake texture and then just destroy it. That actually doesn't even work, does it? Because activate is still not a function you can call. Okay, let's take a look. Mask texture, which doesn't exist yet. Now it does. This doesn't have an activate. But sprites don't have it either. Which one looks better? I don't know. I like the bottom one, I think. Because it's not as cluttered. If you get this though, you need to overwrite one of these and write Atom on it. Where is my time zone? Here. So just overwrite this. Laser engrave my name on it. You'll always know what time it is for me. So what has activate? Or when is this ever set? because I wonder if that's what what this has to do with. You're not engraving my name on your watch. But wow, dirt. Create an object with an activate property to pass in. Doesn't matter if it's a real render target. Yeah, I could do that. But I think it's the activate part that I want to be called for real. Yeah. Can I read to array of undefined? What is this, children? It's probably on children. Active shader dot uniforms dot projection matrix. Render target dot projection matrix. Yeah, that's the problem. So I don't have a projection matrix here. I need to do a whole lot of stuff for this. Alright, I don't know. And I'm not sure how the old code used to have something set for this. I wonder what render target used to be. Because it only gets set when you call bind render target. I wonder where that gets called from. Maybe that's the issue. Where does this get set? What is this in? Canvas. This is for extracting though. In fact, this entire class is probably for extracting. Yeah, I don't care about this. No, wait. Maybe I do. What other functions do we have here? And is there a way to go to just functions here? Jump to line... No. Man, fine. I'll go to their documentation. Should actually be the next thing open. So we go to extract... Canvas destroy image pixels. How does this work? Turn an HTML image of the target. Wow. Seriously? That's actually pretty helpful. I wonder how this works. I wonder if it just uses base 64 and sets an image tag. Yes, it does. Okay. That doesn't really matter then, but I can probably do that later. They now have an extract function that returns an image tag. It's probably too much hassle. I'm not going to write this down. Who cares? What else do they have in here, though? Will return a one-dimensional array of pixel data. Canvas, base 64. So I don't really need to use any of these things. Still fixing Pixie? Yeah. Man, it's gonna be a long process, I think. Well, that's one place where this happens. Bind whatever I'm searching for here. Bind render target. The other place is here. Hey, Alex. I can't load this file for some reason. That's weird. Does that load for anybody else? Get up a slow for me too, loading? Okay. Well, this is going to make things a lot harder to do. We could just look through the code on my own hard drive, I guess. Let's go into node modules, Pixie. Where is this? It would be in renderer somewhere. I don't know where renderers even show up. Renderers here, there. WebGL. WebGL render. Okay, so bind render target. So this is in init context. Root render target, what is that? Render target.default. Oh boy. Okay, maybe this is what I should have done. let's see. Although this is a private function, and this gets called from just making a renderer. What? And why is it set to nothing to begin with? That's weird. That's really weird. Did that thing ever load for me? No. Whoa. I've never seen this error page before. Huh. Okay. Well. So actually, I think what's happening here is that I was clearing the mask image somehow. I think this has to do with the code I used to have where I would call set render target. That function no longer exists, but it's been replaced by bind render target. The problem is that I don't have a render target to begin with. It looks like it should be set in, what is that function? Ooh, init context on the WebGL renderer. But that's called as part of construction. Alright, see you, Deo. Hey, DeFreaky. So I wonder if I can put a breakpoint in there and we'll get some more insight into what's going on here. Let's try that out. Because if this doesn't get called, that's bad news. Does it get called? Yes, it does get called. Okay, so what? It's just not setting a render target? Root render target. That's what should be set. Is this? Yeah, it exists. Okay, and then bind render target. Oh, wait a sec. Also, there apparently is an active render target now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so then when we get to our code, pixie.renderer, pixie-wrapper.renderer, this doesn't have a root render context. It does. It doesn't have an active one. Okay, let's try that then. So what's it called? Root render target? Yeah, that's what it's called. This is never used anywhere else. Let's try that out. It's the Gitpocalypse. Well, that didn't seem to help me. Unless I have something else typed in wrong here. Mask sprite. And then in my shader, we just try to use the mask color. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. To be fair, this was tenuous logic at best. I needed some hack before, and I might have needed it now. Hey, Kazoos. What do I do? What do I do? Well, the thing I think that's still wrong, we should try what Superman suggested. Why not just save generate texture output to a pix map and to observe it without Pixie interfering? In fact, what if I just added the mask sprite and nothing else? And I didn't do any of this other stuff. Or even better, yeah, we just did this. Let's try that. GitHub's back up. Huh. Let's close out of these things. Okay, so the mask sprite was correct this whole time. That's what we learned there. It's the colorized sprite that's wrong. So now I know for sure, and thanks Spurman for suggesting that. So I know for sure that the mask sprite is at least being loaded correctly. It's probably not being rendered correctly, or it's getting overwritten, but it's being loaded correctly. We know that much. So what can we use? What can we do with that knowledge? Knowing that this is correct, then generate texture. Can we go from a texture back to a sprite? We probably should be able to do that. Sprite, yeah, you just pass in a texture. Okay, so just gonna try this one step at a time. We're gonna return new pixie.sprite mask texture. That's it. So again, this should look like exactly what it just looked like over here, which is those three octopus heads. Yeah, perfect. So that's working totally fine. So we know that this texture is correct as well. So next, we call into this, and then everything breaks. In fact, if we were to do this, new pixie.sprite, then what would happen here? Well, let's see. Do we change the container at all? Container.filters. Yeah, we set a filter on it. So that filter is probably going to screw things up. No, in general, that's fine. So the container is okay. And if we got rid of this filter, then we would have gray images, I believe. Yes. All right. So problem is only in this filter. We know for sure that's the case. So we're passing in the right fragment shader. We know that because changing the fragment shader over here gets this to work. So if I said glfragcolor.rgb equals vec3 1.000, then every single pixel will be red on this thing. Yep. So if I just try to take it from the mask color, it's getting gray, but it shouldn't be getting gray. That's the part I don't understand. We're passing in the mask texture correctly here, and then we just return the filter. That's all we do is we just make a filter. Maybe we can't reuse filters? Maybe we just get rid of this line? I don't know why that would be the case. Well, that doesn't fix it either. Yeah, weird. Just weird. That would mean that this sampler must be wrong then. It's the only thing I can think of. So let's try this out. Let's go take a look at what Hideo linked earlier. Passing the arguments in the correct order. That's a good question. Filter takes in a vertex shader, a fragment shader, and then uniforms. I don't think that's changed. But let's go take a look. You said GitHub's back online? Vertex, fragment shader, uniforms. Yeah, okay. It is. Yeah, I'm passing this in the right order. The only thing I can think of is that something's wrong in the shader now. Probably these texture coordinates, and that's what I was going to look into there. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, go look at the chat logs. Figure out what Hideo said about this. Map matrix. It's not called map matrix, it's called... Actually, I don't know what it's called. What is it called? Map chord? Oh man, what was the name of this? Oh yeah, here it is. Cool. We found it. I wonder what this does though. Can you zoom in on these screenshots? Trace timeline, state, textures, buffers, programs. Let's just download it. I don't know. So now what? We have a WebGL inspector here somewhere. Oh, there we go. All right, so how do we open this thing? This? What? Debug with WebGL inspector. Yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna pop up a window or something. Where does this? Oh, here we go. Capture and UI, capture frame, and show full inspector. Here we go. Who has any idea what this is doing? Okay, so this is what's in the GPU apparently. A lot of these are just nothing. Texture 31, nothing. Oh, that's awesome, Sensious. I still think this is a great idea. Also, I should look into this at some point in the future. So, before launching, take a look at the WebGL inspector. See how much garbage exists in there. Now they're gonna know the state of this thing. Programs. Whoa, you can finally see the values of these things. This is helpful. Let's find where mine is. Where are you? Here it is. This is mine. Compile status true. Does it tell me what's what? It does. Mask sampler. Use sampler. So can you zoom in on this? Yeah, you can. I thought you would be able to see the values of these things. That's why Andorran. You apparently can't. But that's program 37. Also, what does this timeline do? Timeline disabled. Click to enable. What does the timeline tell me? Ooh, nothing. Okay. It's because I'm not rendering anything in WebGL. Also, what? What happened here? Why do I have two of these things open? Does it open a new one every time you click? I don't know how that happened. But let's turn the timeline off. I don't think we care about that. Alright, so what did this even tell me? And what does capture do? I have no idea what this button does. Oops. Oh my god, I can't click. Where is it? WebGL inspector details. Strange. Yeah, I don't know what this button does. Yeah, who knows? Weird. Well, what was I going to test out here? Hunch at this point is that the texture coordinates in the shader are wrong. But how is it even possible that these are wrong? What if I just... What if I use the same sampler for both of these things? It shouldn't work because I would be sampling from the wrong images, right? Yeah, I don't know. And at this point, I've changed so much of this. It's really only the last line that matters. I'm just trying to set it to the mask color, and instead I'm getting the base color. What if I pass in a totally different sprite here? Is this respected at all? I don't think this matters. Yeah, I don't think this is used for anything. In fact, I think we should try some just totally random image here. So instead of octopus, let's go with omega. Yeah, it just doesn't matter what's passed in there. For some reason, it's set to nothing. I wonder if there's an issue for this on their GitHub page. Problem with textures and filters. Oh, so this is just a problem that they have? This JS Fiddle uses the old code and it apparently works. This JS Fiddle uses the new code and it doesn't work. Interesting. This is probably my issue. It's the same code, too. Looks like it's the same code. Yeah, it is. When was this bug created? 14 days ago. Yeah, that's it. There's just no more information on this. I think it's this issue too. Roll back to earlier version. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that. I think this is just an issue in Pixie. Well, that's why I should have done this in a different branch. Actually, it's not too late to do it in a different branch. He says you can comment out texture.update and it works. Wait, who says this? Oh, I don't even use texture.update, do I? But thanks for pointing that out, Mitchell. Whoops. Where does this person use texture.update? Ticker add texture.update and then render stage. Yeah, I don't even do this. I'm not sure. Also, I wonder what texture.update does. Let's actually search here. Texture update. Here it is. Base texture.update. Pixie.base texture. Oops. I clicked it correct. Updates the texture on all WebGL renderers. This also assumes the source has changed. Okay, let's try this. I'm not doing this. And this guy says it works if you don't do it, but let's try adding it anyway. Oh, that caused a bug. You turn this off too. Can I read property natural width of null? What? This dot source. I guess it doesn't have a source because I took it from a sprite. No, let's get rid of that. There's a lot of math in a computer science degree. In the degree itself, I feel like there's a decent amount of math. I took 2 calculus courses, a linear algebra course, and you had to take some science for my degree. But that's not always totally necessary. So in the degree itself, yeah, it's probably there, although that's all up to the school. Oh, and some other thing, right? What else did I take? What was that other math class called? Oh man, I like this one too. How did I forget the name of it? Oh, discrete math 1 and 2. Yeah, so I actually took several math classes. Now that I think about it. Since you think it's a coordinate issue, have you tried using the map coord like they mentioned in the migration guide? I was gonna try that, but I haven't tried it yet. Shouldn't be too hard though. It all depends on what you're comfortable with. Plus, I think there's a point where, like, I liked doing the math classes to some extent, but I didn't want to just keep taking math classes. Otherwise, I feel like I would have ended up as a math major. All right, so we get a mapped matrix. We just make a new matrix, but then what do we do with this? Mapped matrix. Calculate normalized screen space matrix. Man, filter manager. You know, if I have this. All right, I'll try this out. I'm not really totally sure what I'm doing here, but we need to set a uniform of a mapped matrix. So let's go in our uniforms and get that mapped matrix. Does type even matter at this point? Did filters just stop using that? Object containing the current values of custom uniforms. Yeah, type isn't used at all anymore, is it? It's not. You don't even need these. Man, they changed a bunch of code apparently. So mapped matrix, we don't need this either. We can just say value and say new pixie.matrix. So now we've got this thing. We just need to set it correctly. And they say to calculate it this way. Alright, I don't understand why or what this even does, so we should probably look into this. Calculate normalized screen space. Multiply V texture chord to this matrix to achieve 0011 for filter area. Yeah, I was reading what you were talking about, Sanchez. Discrete is really two different words. So this is in the filter manager, and we need an output matrix for this too. So I suppose the best way to do this is to not close that file I just closed. Mapped matrix, and then we want to do this. So this dot. Do we even have the pixie wrapper? Where does that come from? Alright, I don't know where this comes from, so let's put a breakpoint. We gotta check Pixie Wrapper. It probably has a filter manager right there, but we need to find out whether it has it for sure. Is this gonna work? Also, I guess we can get rid of this. Okay, nice. So now we are there. And Pixie Wrapper has nothing. Well, it has a renderer. The renderer has a filter manager? Yeah, so we can use that. Let's try that out. Pixie Wrapper renderer filter manager calculate for the mapped matrix. And then we'll just have this inside of our shader. And then what? I don't know. I guess that goes into this code now. So uniform mat 3. Cool. And then what do we do with it? Map chord. I don't know what to do with this. Can we do... I don't know. Let's try this. Dot XY. No clue. No clue what I'm doing there. Yeah, that broke. Cannot read property stack of null. Calculate normalized screen space matrix. Doesn't work for us. Filter data.stack. We don't have that, I guess. Yeah, we don't have that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Wednesday rewrite rendering from scratch. Man, I would need to... I'm using a rendering library because if I were to do all this stuff myself, I'm probably going to run into all of the same issues that Pixie did. And I don't even know if I can do things better than what they did. I doubt it. I need to read a lot, learn a lot. That would take me like at least a month. All right, well, there's one other thing I could think of trying, which is to see if we can get the filtered data some other way. How does Filter Manager set this? Push filter adds a new filter to the manager. Good thing you're going on a month vacation. So each filter has, wait a second. Like this won't work, but if I made a new Pixie filter, a equals new Pixie dot filter, a dot wait, go back to that code here. No, I don't know. Yeah, we gotta check for this. It's only here. If not filter data, then get it from the filter stack. And then we have to do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's Tech 9. He's an artist and really into handiwork and such. You can get him a 3D printer. You can get him this. He can make his own 3D printer. Just buy him this kit. Okay, I'm out of ideas. I don't know what to do. I couldn't figure out how I'd use the mapped. I don't have any filter data in the filter manager. I am a streaming setup. Sensius, do you have better Twitch TV? There's been some bugs around chat disappearing like that. Now my wife is going to hate me. I'm probably going to buy one of those. Have you tried for sanity check to use 4.1.1? No, I haven't actually. Let's go try that out. Quit and quit. So we'll go back over to here. We go to the client, npm list pixie.js should be at 4.2.3, and we're going to downgrade it to 4.1.1. We're just going to buy in Potland. Well, at this rate, uh-oh. What happened here? Operation not permitted. Okay, let's just do this. npm uninstall pixie.js. Does that work? Yes. Does this work? Okay, so you can't downgrade, or I did it wrong. One of the two, who knows? And I just have to restart the client. I did have one of the files open, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Okay, so what kind of wacky stuff did I break this time? I guess I have to get rid of this, this, and this. And then maybe I have a shot at this working. Error pixie.js, no file? What? Alright, let's just restart this process too. Okay, I'm pretty sure you guys are just kidding, but you know Botland is going to be free, right? So what's this? Yeah, more pre-built files, hooray. Alright, so now these are totally black. That's probably fine based on the stupid things I've been doing here. Like this, for example. This should just be mask texture. Okay. What next? Oh, this stuff. Get rid of this. And that, and that, and this. Why? Why does this happen? Huh. I could replace this with the code that I used to have here. Okay, Sanchez. Yeah, you should do that. Alright, let's go back to how things used to be. We will do that and then take a look. Okay, so yeah, this is still totally screwed up. Well, who knows? Hydrogen says pic should be PNG. What are you talking about? Using black box bots make your life a lot easier. Yeah, if only. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I'm not sure why this isn't working. Oh, I think you were talking about this, that these should be PNGs. This is just a shader I'm testing out right now. I can just make them transparent like that. The problem was the colorization. Hey, Crazy Miner. What was the reason to update Pixie in the first place? To get all these cool new features. Like garbage collection and... So I've made no progress on this. Downgrading actually didn't work. Hideo suggested that I downgrade 4.1.1 to see if I still have this issue. And I do. So it's probably not that bug. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at this later. I am at least using this version now. Must be something I'm doing wrong. Right, if I cut out this line here, then I get the red eyes, right? Yeah. But well, I know just from that it's using the right color. So I'm not passing these values in wrong, and I doubt they would have broken their API anyway, just from one version to another. But I'll change this to pink just to make sure it's not some weird coincidence. Yeah, so now they're pink. Great. All right, so then the only reason I tested that was to see, did I pass this in correctly? So I have this mask sampler. Man, weird. Yeah, I don't know. Well, this has been a fun day. So let's check all this in under new branch and then never talk about this again. What did we even change here? Really minor stuff. I mean, this obviously needs to get cleaned up. And this stuff about render never even worked. I bet the texture is wrong. Either a texture or uniform passing. I know for sure the texture is right. The uniform passing might be wrong. But I made a sprite out of the texture and I rendered that. And that worked totally fine. And I can show you that actually. So if we go back to this. Right here we're returning the colorized sprite. And I'm passing in the mask texture up here. If I instead just make a new pixie.sprite out of the mask texture, then we'll see red and green heads show up here. Yeah. So the mask texture is correct. And that proves it to me that that's correct. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I guess we should get rid of this and maybe some other thing is happening here. You know what? Wait, whoa. Render texture. Maybe maybe I should try this. In fact, why do I even do this part of this? What if I got rid of that line? No, that doesn't work. Why is this even needed though? Render this onto the container. Are the scales not scaled up or something? Could you start a shader repro project to get a repro without the whole botland code starting from their example page? Yeah, these are the things I would need to look into. What should the result look like? It should look like this. So see this headpiece, when you color it, it changes the color correctly. What's happening is the only part that doesn't get colored is getting colored in. And the reason why is because it's not using the right texture at all. It's using the base texture. And I don't know what's going on there. And WebGL uniforms are pretty much passed by index. Well, I'll have to take a look at this. I was going to check this in and just kind of give up for right now, but let's look at it for a little bit longer. Yeah, if Pixie got the indexing wrong, I mean, we could just make it not pass in any other things. So primary color and secondary color just won't be used. There. Now all we have is mask sampler. That's it. That's our only uniform. So let's go back to our shader and make it not expect there to be a primary color. We could say this, vec3 primary color equals 1.0, 0.0, 0.0, and same thing with secondary color. So now these exist, but they won't ever be used. So there's only one, whoops, wrong, wrong thing. Yeah, no, this is not a problem with passing uniforms, or at least not the wrong order or something. Swap declarations in shader code of view sampler and mask sampler. Where does this U sampler come from, actually? Waiting for the day when Adam goes postal. There's still two uniforms. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, although I did try swapping those below in the code too. I want to see, where's that U sampler coming from? In fact, this is one of the few times I could actually use this. Let's find out. Where is it? Here we go. So U sampler and mask sampler, are these actually being passed in? Sampler 2D. Okay, that part's fine. And yeah, U sampler should be passed in by Pixie itself. Where is this? It should be in the filter code somewhere. Here it is. Pull out the vertex and shader uniforms if they're not specified. Currently, this does not extract structs, only default types. Okay, let's set a breakpoint here, and let's see if this wasn't getting that uniform set correctly. Because it should check my code, and if I don't use uSampler, it'll remove it. Maybe they have a bug in that code somewhere. Have you looked at their example for legacy render yet? No, I haven't. Wait, did I read this? Yeah, I read this. So wait, this person, they set the shader on this thing. I'm setting filters. Yeah, because I read the other bug on this, how this is just totally not working from that Aladdin Genie guy. But yeah, maybe this is the next thing to try. Sprite shaders are generated dynamically to provide batching. I'm not using it as a sprite shader though, I'm using it as a filter. And I'm adding the filter to the container. What that person was talking about is having a sprite and just setting dot shader on it. But I'm not doing that. I wonder if this is wrong somehow. Alright, let's set another breakpoint there. But still, let's take a look at how this thing gets produced. So this dot filter, we have uniforms, we have just the mask sampler. Yeah, maybe that is the problem. There is no use sampler here, right? But that means that the problem actually is before this. Which would mean that there's a bug in what they've written. Although I am using an old version of Pixie now. Let me take a look at this. Oh, this is going to have that stupid Chrome bug. Okay, well, this is what I think is broken. First, let's go use the new version. Yeah, let's go use the new version. We'll restart all this stuff. So get rid of this, get rid of this. Cut out of that, cut out of that. We'll do npm install save pixie.js at 4.2.3. Yeah, let's do that. So now that I have that back up and running, let's start the client again, and let's start the watch for the client again. And then in the Pixie code, so pixie.js lib, where is this? Filters index. Where does just filter come from? Somewhere in here, we're just going to find it this way. There it is. It's in core renderers WebGL filters. So this is the code that I don't think is working like how it should. All right, so let's try it. Perfect. Now, uniform data takes in uniform. Oh, wait a second. What? No. No. Okay, I think I know what's going wrong. This is the worst, and I hate its guts. And what we're going to do to fix it, we're going to save this off. I'm going to pass in no uniforms. And then when we're done with the filter, we say this dot filter dot uniforms mask sampler equals mask texture. All right, let's try that out. Wait for it. that actually also didn't work. So I'm wrong, but maybe. But let's put it on the breakpoint here. Just take a quick look. Is undefined? What is this? Dot is. It's probably something I'm doing weirdly. But also, there's still something else that's wrong here. And it's this. We don't, so I'm not passing in uniforms anymore, so it's going to call into this code. Our fragment source uses uSampler, so it's checking for that or projection matrix. So I still think this code is breaking. Extract uniforms. Frag uniforms is. What? Oh, because of comments. This is where they were saying comments screw everything up. God, what a stupid idea that was. All right, what else do we have here, though? We have primary color and secondary color. So is causing it not to find uSampler? That's what I'm to believe here? Oh, God. This is... Oh, my God, now it's working. Well, it's kind of working. No, it's actually totally working, right? All I need to do now is fix this... Wait, what? What? This. Right? I don't know. I don't even know. All right. Forget about this. Let's go back to this part and we'll set these things too. What a silly idea. And why this took me so long to do too. Isn't uSampler passed later when it's applied as a filter? I don't know. This is still wrong. Oh, I know why. Because it's using the wrong sprite, correct? So if we change this back to base sprite name and then mask name, then everything just works? Not quite. There's certainly no green. So this is either the wrong image is being used or the coordinates are wrong. What? Where do these lines come from? What? Do you have constant set still? Yeah, I need to look at this some more. Oh, I do actually. Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right, cool. So now what's causing this random green and red to show up? I wonder if this matches the mask of something else, and I just forgot to change some more code. Well, first, let's do this. Let's diff this file. What's different here? The order of these things, that shouldn't have mattered to begin with, I guess. The comments have been removed, and then there was some code here that I just kind of commented out. Let me try this. It's getting better. Oh, yeah, check it out. We're using the exact same mask image every single time. Yeah, that's the problem. How do we fix that? I don't know. Let's try this. Nope. That doesn't do it. I wonder if we have to make a new filter every time now. We can do this. Oh, that almost worked. No, wait, did it? Are those different images? Oh man, this is super hard to tell. I think the filters would be wrong anyway. Yeah, they are. Whoa, it's almost working. So if we get rid of this and we try that again, no, it's still busted. Yeah, but this means that the mapping coordinates are wrong, I think. Tom, because I'll try to take a look later, but I pretty busy right now. What does it even mean? What do I do? What do I do? So maybe this is where a projection matrix comes into play? Yeah, I guess so. That totally looks like the issue mentioned in the migration guide at this point. Yeah, I just don't know how to fix that. Oh, man. I guess let's go back to the migration guide. Looks good enough to me. Accept that projection matrix uniform and then multiply it with something. Oh, thanks, Spurt Man. Yeah, it's probably this stuff. Use filter clamp uniform to prevent bad things on edges. See forum post for more information. Did they talk about this whole mapped matrix thing? I guess I have to go make my own filter for this. Oh, God. Okay. I don't know. We'll have to do this after lunch. Filter uniforms now contains a direct map of uniform names into uniform values. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't think they were... Oh, they're not incredibly clear with this. So I think I should make my own filter class that has an apply to test this out. Alright, I gotta get lunch. I have to eat some food. And when I come back, we can try this out. But I feel like I've made no progress today. And the bots that we have showing up on the start screen now are this. And even if I figured this out, we have even more problems with rendering, which was basically like crashing the entire game right now. Alright. Well, thanks for watching so far, everyone. When I come back, I'll be back for about probably a little less than 3.5 hours. So, botlad, lunch. Well, we only have one person on the lunch screen. Is that correct? Yep, just digitate repeatedly. Whoops, it's also not supposed to be for 45 minutes. Let's set it to 33 minutes. There. Alright, see you guys after lunch. Excuse me. Oh man, I'm cold again. Okay. We're using the exact same. All right. So I need to make my own filter class, apparently. Thanks, Geek. How was your dinner? Fixes in this thread. Oh, we just give an apply function. Oh, this is even easier. It's really nice. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so here's where we would do this. And whether or not we need one filter or multiple filters, I don't know yet. So let's do this dot filter dot apply equals function. This dot uniforms dot mapped. Okay, interesting. So now I have a mapped matrix here. I guess I didn't need any of this stuff. So then I need to take in this mapped matrix up here. And then I multiply it and then what do I do? Then I have to use the map somewhere. Star equals map.xy. Probably this. Which is what I tried doing originally, except for the multiplication part of this. Oh, maybe I had that. I don't know. Anyway, this is not working, so let's take a look. Matrix is not defined. It is... matrix. Here it is. We got to take in the mapped matrix. Unless... oh, just there. Alright, let's try that out. Still nothing. What do we have? Apply was called on filter, which is a object and not a function. Pixie.filter.apply.call. Oh. This is the wrong apply being called. What do I need to do? Prototype.apply.call? No, but apply would exist in... Oh, whoa. Whoa. So now we just do this, and then everything looks totally fine. I'm just worried about these edges. Like, you can see there's a black edge around the claws here. Was that always there? Where's the right foot piece? Oh god, let's just select it. Quetzal. Here. Yeah, there was always a black edge. Okay, so then we fixed it. Oh my god, that took forever. It took forever. Alright. So let's give Hideo a bunch of points and Spurtman a bunch of points. Now, is this correct? Is that what this used to look like? Because that does look like it could be a little bit wrong. Oh no, there was always this yellow highlight around it. Right? So then that's always what that looked like. If we say bright red and bright green, then it just looks like that. What was the issue? The coordinates I was using in my sampler were wrong. So, what I don't understand... Well, this is going to be hard to check, I guess. But do all of these look the same as how they used to? I think so. The part I was concerned about is this. These colors look like they're slightly off. Yeah, they are, right? They are. Yeah, and even here you can kind of see it. I don't think that used to be the case. I know, Sensuous, you didn't miss much. So now there's just some slight problems with... Oh, what happened? So yeah, there's some slight problems with... like this, for example. Yeah, these things are just off slightly. I wonder if we should just use the same coordinates in the base as we do there, and then that might fix everything. So if we use map.xy here, that could fix it, maybe. No, that horribly broke everything. Drat. I don't understand. I don't understand how this even works. So this makes it look kind of close, but not exactly. I guess this is that other problem in the Pixie.js migration, which is texture.base texture.wrap mode. I don't think this should have anything to do with it. Yeah, this stuff is super confusing. I wonder if we would have to say this here. I don't even really want it set to repeat. I just want to prevent this color bleeding from happening. Yeah, there's still something weird going on here. So that headpiece should look like... Which headpiece is it? It's the blacksmith head. So you can see the nose has just a stripe of green on it. That's it. But here it's doing some weird like bleeding thing. Yeah, it's off by just a small amount. Everything's shifted up and to the right a little bit. And I don't know what's doing that exactly. Are you using filter clamp? I'm not. Use filter clamp to prevent bad things on edges. Input cord XY, filter clamp XY. See forum post for more information. See, I don't understand this though. Filter clamp. It's not called filter clamp. Clamp never even shows up in this entire forum post. I don't understand this. Why would you see this forum post? What what is filter clamp? Let's just, they're using it in the displacement example. This is something that's passed in. Oh my god. Yeah, this stuff's crazy. Crazy. Alright, well I guess we can keep trying this. So we need a uniform vec4 filter clamp. Not that I even understand what this is all about. And then when we go to get the texture 2D, so this stuff, we've got to clamp this. Map times equals scale. That's also passed in, I guess. Map minus equal 0.5. Also has nothing to do with clamping. How do you know that, Spurtman? Seriously, I want to understand what's going on here, and I don't right now. Oh, they clamp it because they're using a displacement, which will put them off of the texture. Still, how do they pass this in? What? They don't pass it in. How? What? This is a uniform. Oh, does Pixie pass this in? The image sizes are all the same, yeah. No, this is the repeat mode, not the clamping that they're talking about. They're talking about a different kind of clamping to make sure that, oh well, I guess, okay, never mind. Yeah, maybe that is the same thing. Yeah, I feel like this is offset ever so slightly. Well, let's try this anyway, because really, I don't have a better idea right now. Map.y. I don't know if I want to add these things, though. Let's try this out. Mask sampler. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I don't think I want to add these things. But if I'm not adding it, then I'm just using the texture coordinates to begin with. Either way, this would have been map.x and map.y. And then I'm clamping it to... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. See what happens when you sample the texture outside of 0, 1. Yeah, okay. That's how I figured that would work. Yeah, so then this is just a small offset somehow that's causing this to be slightly higher than it should be, and then this to be slightly farther up and to the right. I bet this has to do with the mapping that we're using. But I don't know enough about this to know what's going on here. We get the mapped matrix passed in. That comes from here. Calculate normalized screen space matrix. Like, is that what's happening here? I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely wrong. And what else is happening here? I feel like there's something else that's going wrong too. But no, it was only those lines that changed. I don't know. So close. Yeah, it's so far. Well, let's do something relatively basic right now, which is just trim it down to the easiest possible repros for this. So for example, we have that octopus body there. Actually, these holes always had this problem, huh? Okay, well, they're much more obvious here. But let's find another one. Do you scale the sprite somehow? I do scale the sprite, but I do that afterward. Is that just going to totally break all of this? Can you explain line 16? What does 1 stand for, and what does a map matrix do? I don't know what was line 16 when you asked about that. Oh, this. Oh, so when you're making a vec3 is just three different, it's an x, y, and a z. So it's got three different components to it. And I'm making it out of a vec2. So I'm setting the z to 1. And then multiplying it by this map matrix. This part, I don't understand exactly what's going on here or why this is happening. I mean, this is multiplying a vector by a matrix, and we're getting a vector in return. But I don't understand why it's doing that. All right, see, dig it. Those normalized coordinates may not take scaling into account. Yeah, they probably don't, but then... Do I do this? Man, I don't know. There could be any number of problems here. Also, was this ever needed? If I get rid of that, what happens? Yeah, then things look fine. What if I get rid of this? Things also look fine. So yeah, neither of those make any sense. And can I use the same filter for all of these or no? No, I have to use different filters. I think this is all just a huge mistake because I don't know why I'm making these changes, and I don't think this is going to help me in the end. Also, setting this to repeat, I didn't want to actually do that. They're clamped by default now anyway, right? Force native equals true. This shouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't understand. Excuse me. I don't know if anything's scaling these. Although if they were, that'd be happening in CSS or something like that. So it wouldn't be affected by the pixie layer at that point. No, I haven't seen that yet, Mitchell. I saved it for later. Regarding the matrix part, that is also because Pixie v4 uses power of 2 frame buffers. If you want 400 by 400, it'll give you 512 by 512. That's why you had to use some matrices with calculate normalized screen space matrix. Yeah. I mean, that part's fine, but then why does it say screen space? This is just a power of 2 thing? Yeah, Mitchell, I have it saved still. And hey, Naro. I think you asked me this before, didn't you? I mostly just play Hearthstone right now. So there were what, padding problems? Yeah. So use mapped matrix. This is done. This I don't need because I'm not doing anything on edges. I wonder what would happen if I just... Let's look at that displacement shader again. Hey, Jorge. Show the shader code once again. I'm not doing anything like too crazy now. Maybe Jorge, but I normally I would like take a look at this stuff, but today has just been a crazy day. I don't know if I have the time. While you're looking at Dashbur, man, let me take this off screen for a sec. Let me try to find the displacement filter that I had. Yeah, there. And in their shader, they just move the entire map. So I wonder what would happen if we did that too. I know this was a joke earlier. That's fine. I just want to see what happens here exactly. I need to get this to use the same sprites every single time. So when we get colorized sprite, this should always be the same thing. Can you try with calculate screen space matrix instead of calculate normalized screen space matrix? Yeah. There's one other change I made. I don't remember what it was. No, it wasn't in this file, whatever it was. Darn it, I'm losing it. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's try that now. Okay, so that will not help. Unless there's an error printing out. No, what is screen space matrix for? Let's go take a look. This thing is going to be really hard to find all of this out. Calculates the mapped matrix. This is temporary, will end up in the shader. This returns a matrix that will normalize map filter chords in the filter to screen space. Wait a second, this isn't even the normalized one. Try putting 1.0 instead of 1. No. There's still these issues happening. You're not looking at the code from master. Change the hash in the URL to master. How was I not? That's weird. Man, I've gotten closer to being able to solve this, but I still don't know what could be going wrong here. Let me try something really quickly. Does this get mapped at least correctly or no? Yeah, antimatter tape. I think this is really hard to tell because we need to use the same images every time. We should do that. We could do this too, actually. That way they get their transparency correctly. Like this, do we see any obvious problem here? I guess it's not. It's never going to be obvious, right? Is this offset? Yeah, it is actually. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Right? It scales it. I didn't even pass in these areas. Where did I get this from then? These don't even exist. What? Filter area texture size. Let's put a breakpoint here to see what's going on. We gotta get rid of that too. Alright, so let's see. We go into this function. This gets called... Oh, it takes source frame and then... Okay. 256, 187. Wonder if that's correct. Is it this? No, it's not. It's the size of the container. I think that might be the problem here. No, wait, never mind. I might take that back. I don't know where it's getting this current state source frame from. But this height and width doesn't exist anywhere else that I see. And then current state dot render target dot size 256 by 187. Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. Render texture. Okay, fine. Hey, Falcon. Try calculate sprite matrix. Where does that exist? Do I need to pass in the sprite? Yeah, I do. But I don't have a sprite at this point, do I? Well, we can pass it in. We say global dot test sprite equals mask sprite. There. I wonder what it's doing. I think it's because I'm using a container here too that this is probably getting screwed up. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I think we should just ignore all this for now. This sounds like it's going to be way too tough to fix. Yeah. Put a breakpoint and calculate normalized screen space matrix to look what the calculated scaling is. Yeah, I can do that. Varenz, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Optimize them so much that they turn into cubes. What do you mean? What am I doing? Hey, Casper. Things are going pretty poorly. I've been trying to get these sprites to render correctly and they're not. I wonder if I should try all of this from scratch. Maybe not, I don't know. So yeah, it's scaling up and scaling this up too. Texture size .width is 512. So these are always going to be 56. Okay, so they're always going to be powers of 2. Filter area has -4, -4 in it. I wonder if that's where this is coming from. Does this look like it's offset by 4 pixels? Maybe. It certainly could be. Did you pass an image size as a uniform? No. Should I have? Like, this is where I'm just totally lost. Let's try changing that value. Did that do anything for us? Yeah, who knows? Yeah, it looks like they're offset by a couple of pixels, but it also looks like some other things are just not even rendering correctly. Like the... Where is it? There are some feathers on this piece. I guess those are correct. They're supposed to be pink here. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I should just check this into a different branch and then not worry about updating Pixie. Yeah. Let's do that. Because the problems that I'm running into here are just too much for right now. I don't want to get stuck on this the rest of the day either. Maybe when we update Pixie to like 4.3 or something, it'll eventually just work better. Do you have any message I sent you via Twitch? Yeah, Casper, I'll need to take some time later to respond to it. Oh, cool. Antimatter tape. I'm glad you like it. And looks correct now. No, it's not. These are still, they're still offset. It's not super obvious. But yeah, you can see some bleeding here. The rest of this looks almost fine, but then you can see some bleeding here too. And around these circles you can see it. And if I generate more bots, it'll be obvious on some of them and not obvious on other ones. So here it's like, if you look at the nose, it's definitely, it's bleeding the green into the tip of the nose and the red into the, whatever this is, the nostril. Alright, so let's keep taking a look at what changed here. Looks better than it did when you updated. Yeah, but I don't know how I would fix this now. So I'm kind of at a standstill. And either way, there's plenty of other errors that I would need to fix I did some really unusual rendering stuff in order to accommodate zooming. Gotta be nice. See, these are the kinds of things where I feel like if I used a game engine, if I used something like Unity, I just wouldn't have run into these. So I guess these things aren't needed. Yeah. So the issue is that when you zoom, the color bleeds. It's not zooming that causes it to bleed. Even if it's zoomed completely far out at 100%, there's still some issues. Like here you can see this. It's on certain sprites, I think. Yeah, here you can see around the circles here. When I zoom in on the browser, it's not... oops. Ugh. It's not going to cause any color bleeding to happen that wasn't already there. So yeah, you can... It's just more obvious. Well, sure, Varenz, that's all true. Well, I don't know about the optimization part. Unity might have been more optimized with that, but there are a lot of these issues where I just wouldn't have run into them because I wouldn't have needed to worry about that. Anyway, we need to make a new branch for this. So let's go make a new branch. Yeah, fine. So it didn't switch to it, right? So when I check in, I'm going to be checking into master. Yeah, I want to switch to that branch. You sure the 0, 0 points are on top of each other? Yeah, those are. Because the old code the old code is here, and this doesn't have that bleeding problem. I haven't changed the sprites at all. So, yeah, they're on top of each other. It's just a shame. What a shame. Well, let's check it in. So this is a broken commit. There is color bleeding from when colorizing a bot. This is because the mapped coordinates that I'm using in the shader must be wrong, but I can't figure out correct coordinates. Also, I've cut out rendering of the arena completely. I'm just grinding everything to a halt. Yeah, that's it. Well, let's switch back to what we had. So we just go check out master. And there, now everything should be working again. And we can just forget that any of that ever happened. So let's try it out. We'll go back into the game. Assuming any of this even worked. Alright, that should trigger a rebuild. Yeah. Yeah, we're back in the old version now. So what do? I check this into a new branch. All right, let's work on some bugs then. So let's take a look at this. You've already won undefined games today, so you've already num attack wins for the day. This is passed in. So if we search for this equals, we get num attack wins for the day. That gets set in a reducer, which is right here. That gets set from set match result payout details, which is here. And this gets called from here. So show match results, that's where this should happen. Am I even seeing this? Let's try out Botland and see if this is even happening for me. Maybe this is just happening for everybody. Also, wow, these replays are from a long time ago, huh? Let's click attack. Okay, so we need to win as many games as we can. These have melee and reflect. None laser. So we just want artillery bots, I guess, and maybe melee as well. Yeah, so let's go with that. There. Ooh, cloaking. My worst nemesis. Got him. Alright, see ya, Endurin. So you received 20 bot coin. Good. Kai Tai has haste chips and damage boost chips. And a lot of reflectable, oh, except for those. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Okay, you can do it, my bots. Go win. Make me proud. Nice. Okay, great. So cool, we won 2. We just need to win 3 more matches. I remember how to beat these. You make the bots do next to nothing, and then they win. So we need cloaking bots for that. These. No, thanks, EOJ. Yeah, I think it's looking better. I really think the tiles do a lot for it. There we go. All right. Nice. So we just need to win 2 more games, or maybe 3 more games. I don't know. I think 3 more games. Andon has lasers. So let's go with counter Marco. What does this do? If can reflect, reflect. We're also going to put if can cloak, then cloak at the top. There. We'll have a 30% chance for this one. Update. Put cloaking on. And there. This is actually working really well. Okay, cool. We got to win 2 more games. So lasers, reflect, and shield. Well, let's go with melee and reflect. Perfect. So we'll put these here to get rid of their chips first. Nice. Now we just put these up here and we win the game. Alright, cool. So let's try attacking one more time. Yeah, EOJ, I think it's a good motivator for a lot of people too, once they finally see graphics in a game. All right, so I'm not even gonna try to beat antimatter tape. I'm just gonna put something down and we'll see what happens. Let's go with this one. There. Okay, these bots didn't do terribly, but they didn't do very well either. Yeah, actually, they're working. They're working okay. Let's put these down now. Just need to kill that. Yep, perfect. You already won 6 games today, so you did not earn any bot coin. Okay, what happens when we refresh the page and try that again? Because somehow Calic ran into this problem. Oh, Avexator, my sworn enemy. I've never figured out how to beat Avexator. No, my perfect bots. I don't know if these aren't even my perfect bots. What do these do? EMP cheese. These were set up specifically to beat Avexator, and they're not working. It's because I forgot a shared A++, right? Yeah, that's what I forgot. There. Now we'll beat him for sure. Oh, God. It's not going to work. We're not powerful enough. EMP isn't getting fired off. No. Now let's just put these up here. Maybe there's still a chance at winning. I think I need to put mine in a line if I want them to be able to win. Oh, man. Stupid Avexator. Oh, wait, there we go. There's the problem. It's when we lose a game. Okay, so I can repro this. Oh, hey, Deadbringer. So this happens when you lose a game. EMP is too powerful. I really want to play against Avexator again. I don't think I can even find him until I play against everybody else in the game. Yeah, I can only find like 3-4 people. Well, that's too bad. Did you revert back to Pixie 3 or did you get it working? Yeah, I reverted. See, Avexator helped you. I wasn't just playing my game to play. I was playing it to repro a bug. Although I do want to be Avexator just to play the game. I'm still trying to get my perfect strategy to work. And by the way, that strategy is a good strategy. So here's Hideo. Hideo has melee and cloaking. Yeah, so watch this. We'll use the same strategy I just used on Avexator. Except we'll use Infernal Lasers, which we don't even own. So let's go buy them. Infernal Lasers level 3. Oops, that's not Infernal Lasers. Bought the wrong thing. And then armor. There. Now we try our bots out. So we got to put one here, and the other 2 need to be in a line, I think, like this. Oh, except for this might not work. Yeah, this won't work. But I killed the chips. So there. Now it's going to be easy peasy. We're just going to destroy Hideo. We're going to put a line of bots down like this. Okay, you know what? This EMP is stupid. It's stupid. We're going to fix this script. And then we're going to kill Avexator. You stand on the floor. Do you have one of those terrain mats? I just stand on the floor. But the floor is carpeted. Alright. So you know what we should do? I'm going to beat you, Avexator. You're going to eat those words. We EMP melee here. There should be 2 turns in between. So it starts at 0. If shared B, I'm going to totally go with my ID. then yeah. But I feel like we should only do this when you can actually see a bot. If exists, find closest enemy bot. Let's try that out. So we'll put these down and we'll hit commence. And now they shoot lasers. Nice. They're EMPing. Perfect. They're killing Hideo. Also perfect. Use your EMP. Use your EMP. Stupid jerk bots. Alright, we're gonna get this. Alright, Sander Jonk. Probably Sander John K. Alright, so lasers, missiles, and artillery. This is like a super offensive bot. We should beat these with just our typical melee and reflect. Yeah. Let's speed that up. Not even gonna put down all the bots I can put down. Who cares? Take that. Skynet. Skynet doesn't even like have bots here. There. Alright, next. Vandal Savage. Melee Reflect Shield. Okay, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Except not with Reflect. But that's okay. So instead of Infernal Lasers, we'll just put something that's not reflectable. Like Melee. And then we win the game. You know what else? I'm going to make this go up by 0.33. 0.25. Let's do 0.25. Alright. You ready? You ready for this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So they're EMPing for Melee. And then they got killed really fast. How did he kill me so fast? What? No. You shut up, Hideo. This is the best strategy in the game, and I'm about to prove it. I just need a lot of refinement. I don't care about fixing bugs right now. This is more important. There. See that? He can't even hit me. Oh, I'm not using melee. That's why I'm not doing any damage. That's how he killed me so fast. But look, I'm not even taking any damage. I've actually almost completely locked him down, except for that at the very end when he just utterly destroyed me. But ignoring that part, we just put this here. If will melee hit melee. Done. Okay, now I've got my unbeatable bots. There. Look at him. Slowly ripping through the enemy forces. The only problem is I took too long to rip through the enemy forces. So here's pretty much the exact same strategy. We're gonna try the same thing. There. Alright. So we EMP. Perfect. Good. Good. Taking like next to no damage here. Yep. Look at this. This is the best strategy. I told you EMP was overpowered. I just needed to find the best strategy to do it. But yeah, I'm basically invincible. I won in one phase. Yeah, this is probably too powerful, by the way. I've been saying it since day one. I just didn't come up with the right strategy. Hey, Avexator. Oh, you did fix it. All right, nice. So I finally got my EMP script. We need to save this off. In fact, I have... Wait, no, I don't have this. Where I thought I... Save off this killer EMP script. Here it is. It's the best script. Yeah, so I think this can make the game very unfun if I leave this in. Because in the places where it works too well, I think. Avexator, your defense wouldn't have beaten mine. Actually, you know what? We should watch the replay of the thing I just did. That was full cav. Artillery, landmines, lasers, and shield. You don't need to understand the juice thing. Don't worry. Okay, we're playing against duplicates again. So now I can finally go attack Avexator. Where are you, Avexator? I now have the perfect strategy against you. Why are there so many people here? Come on, find Avexator. Oh, we did it. Okay. It's time to destroy you. Alright, Inferno Lasers. Here. We put these down. And you know what else I'm going to do? No, this... I want him to not use EMP for a couple of turns. So let's do this. Closest bot equals find closest enemy bot. So if that exists, and get distance to closest bot is less than 4. Yeah, this. Okay, you ready? Commence. No, slow it down. I want to see me destroying his bots. Well, Avexator, looks like half your bots are on fire. And they're going to burn to death. So I'll just hit commence. They'll all die. Oh, they were only on fire for like 2 turns. Well, that disappeared. Oh, wait. Okay. No, Okay, well, I almost had the best script. Alright, it's still kind of hard to work out the best script for this, but there. I did it. I beat Avexator's defense. So you want to nerf a thing that needs 100 lines of script to get it to work versus 1 defense after losing 3 games? I think to make it more accessible, well, maybe being nerfed, but a simple nerf would make it totally never used. So what's EMP? I can't show you right now. Hang on a second. So EMP, oh, I also probably need to delete that, don't I? EMP is just a function that you have access to where it pulses outward from the bot. Any enemies that it catches in it will have whatever you choose from this menu disabled for 2 turns. Alright, see you, friends. And nice. Hey, you're counting things in Zeef's channel too. Neat. So yeah, EMP I think is really good for very specific situations. If you ever see the enemy team using all of one kind of weapon, then you can disable that weapon here. It takes 3 slots though to use. Anyway, fine. I don't even know. This is what I really was testing there, and I just lost track of it. So let's go try it again. Does this happen even when I lose here? So if I lose a match, let's make bots that specifically die. Pursue enemy bot, otherwise figure it out for me. So these bots will walk into enemies and then do nothing. So they're the perfect bots to see if they just kill themselves. Perfect. And there we go. Yeah, you've already won undefined games today. That's the problem. Got it. So this is because in main we say show match results and we apparently don't have skill metrics here. No, it's not that. It's a num attack wins for the day. This is in payout details. Oh, because we didn't win, so we didn't get payout details. All right, that's a problem. Yeah, I never even thought about this. So win or lose message. So if botcoin payout equals 0, but it shouldn't equal 0, right? Okay, hang on. Let's take a look at the server. Extra, save game results. Where's the payout information? New DB attacker.num attack wins for the day. Yeah, that's a problem. This has to be taken from your current data if you didn't win. So did attacker win? If the attacker did win, then we take this from the new one. Otherwise, we take it from the old one. There, and that should fix this whole problem. Let's try that. So all we do is restart the account server and then rerun the game. So we do this, we hit play. That doesn't work for some reason. Oh, it's super slow. I don't know why. And there's nothing here. We hit attack again. Oh my god. All right, fine. There. All right, so we lose to these. Lose, lose, lose. You've already won 2 games today, so you did not earn botcoin. That's actually not even true. If you lost, it shouldn't tell you this information. Excuse me. So let's do that then. In match results, if you lost, just don't print this out at all. Okay. So payout message shouldn't even be a div in that case. So how do we know if you won? Where is it? Did attacker win? So if did attacker win, then the payout message will exist. Otherwise it won't. So we do this. Done. There. Problem solved. So now when we go to attack this person, we lose the game. Oops. So we lose the game. Hey, that is a problem. Adam 2, the chip doesn't show up. You failed to defeat them, your rating went down. Okay, good. So we fixed that problem finally. Let's go check that in. If you won, then pull the number of wins you had today from the new object. Pull them from the old object. Fix bug where number of wins showed as undefined. Losing a game used to say you've already won undefined games instead of just not saying anything at all. Okay, so bug number 2 is that when you go to attack Adam 2 for some reason, you can't see their chips. I don't know why that is. What causes us to render chips? Like, do we have the entity and we're just not rendering it? Oh, there we go. Attempting to place chips when already at 0 chips. I know exactly what's causing this then. This actually brings up a very interesting point here. So suppose we allow you to have 2 chips at computer level equal 1. You make a defense using 2 chips. and save successfully. Afterward, we determine that this is overpowered, so we lower it to 1 chip. If we don't do something about your save defense, then you'll still have 2 chips, but attackers won't be able to see them because they'll think you're only allowed to have 1. So it won't show up until after you've commenced the attack. The solution is either to save how many chips are allowed in the defense itself or when importing a defense. Let's write all the solutions down. In fact, maybe we should just fix this bug right now. Trust whatever the account server tells us and allow more chips than placed than should be placed. Solution number 2 is save placement information directly into the defense itself. And solution number 3 is when rebalancing the game, invalidate defenses that violate the new balance. I don't know if any of these solutions are really that good. Probably this is the best one. I don't like this because it will result in a lot more code for an edge case that shouldn't happen frequently. Solution number 3, when rebalancing the game, invalidate defenses that violate the new balance. I think part of this is going to be, let's say for some reason I determine that your defense is bad. I should have some way of removing you from this whole system. I don't really have a way for that right now. But anyway, this is fixed. So lower movement threshold. From 100 to something else. Probably like 30 is fine. Hey, funny guy. Thanks for the host. I wonder what happened to my host messages. Those haven't been popping up on screen anymore. Let me find out. I should have those enabled still. Alert box, hosts enabled. Weird. Okay. Well, hey everyone from Funny Guy Stream. Funny Guy is ugly. Someone apparently chose not to use your raid message. How'd your stream go, Funny Guy? What type of keyboard is that? Also, Digite, what do you think of React now that you've used it for a bit? Oh, what was I testing? I wanted to see if I could move these. And I can, unless I don't hit the drag threshold there. I wonder if I could change the threshold on an event like that. Yeah, I think I want to try that. Let's see if that's possible. When zoomed in on a bot, if you tried dragging just across a tile boundary. Yeah, Mersham just followed and it showed up. That was weird. Alright, yeah, see a funny guy. What was weird is that follow alerts work. Huh. Why do you use that one? Well, I really just use this one because my other keyboard is a mechanical keyboard and I thought that was too loud for the stream. So this was the only other keyboard I had and that's why I used it. But why people use it in general is because, yeah, the shape of it makes it so that your wrists are positioned more naturally. Nice, Digite. I guess 3 is the best from a user perspective. The player attacking will not be matched against the defense, which is wrong, and the defender will be notified to update their defense. Yeah, that's actually something I didn't really consider. This is the only one that has a functional change. Which I suppose solution number 4 is when rebalancing the game, automatically change someone's defense to fit the new constraints. This is bad from the defender's perspective, possibly. It's not even that bad. But yeah, I guess what we could do is we could give a warning. We could give a warning a week in advance or something to you. No, you can't do that though, because the game, I don't know how this would work. I have Purple Dragon. Okay, when zoomed in, if you try to drag across a tile boundary, you won't, should capitalize it, you won't hit the threshold. So it won't do anything when you release the mouse button. So what I'd like to have happen is in the press handler, we actually should get an event here. I don't think we do, but let's take a look. Maybe I can change this. What am I working on? I'm working on a game called Botland. I will demo this. I'm trying to keep the demos down to like once per day. There's a video there, but I'll still just show you this directly. Also, if you want to play it, you can just go to play.bot.land right now. So Botland is an online strategy game about automation. You make a defense, and your goal is to protect your CPU. Yes, this image will be changed eventually. You do so using bots and chips. So I've got bots here. These are things that have things like missiles, artillery, armor. I got a whole bunch of different options I can use. So I can just change this as I wish. I could put maybe regeneration and melee and teleport or something like that. Do I even own teleport? Yes, I do. So there, like this could be my bot. So whatever's in here dictates what it can do. And then you can write a script if you want to. You don't have to. So my script here before was just fire missiles, fire artillery, and then activate your sensors. This bot never moved. If I wanted it to move, I could just go into snippets here and say, all right, move around. I could say pursue an enemy bot, pursue my own bot, pursue a CPU, whatever I want to do. You can build this up pretty quickly. And then when you're playing a game, your bots just follow exactly what instructions you gave them. So if I hit test right now, my bots aren't moving, which is exactly what I told them. But these octopus bots, which you saw earlier, are shooting artillery and missiles. These graphics will also change eventually. So yeah, and then the other part I mentioned was chips. Chips are just something that give a buff to all of your bots. I've got a few of them in the game right now. I'll eventually flesh these out a bit more. 4 has a problem with which thing to remove. Yeah, Olsen, I totally agree with that. Which is like, what if you allow them to have 10 bots, so they put 9 lasers bots and 1 repair bot down, and then I limit it to 9 bots, and we get rid of the repair bot, and that ruins your whole strategy. Like, yeah, that could totally happen. Hey, this is ours. Ideally, we would invalidate defenses in such a way that we didn't wipe out the saved defense in the database. That way the user could still see what they used to have. This may be problematic though, because the client will automatically reject any bots / chips that shouldn't be there. All right, so what I wanted to take a look at is, can I change the threshold on this event while it's being triggered? So somewhere we have an event. There it is. The czars, wait, before you sub, you realize I'm going to be on vacation for like the next month, basically, right? As long as you realize that and you're fine with, oh, it's too late. All right. Well, thanks for subbing. Welcome back. right in the process of saying that. Oh, you're leaving Digitay? See ya. See ya, see ya, see ya. If not tomorrow, then a month from now. Well, the Czars, you can swap off every month. All right, so we have the event. I want to figure out where the threshold comes from. If I look at the Hammer.js code, we can hopefully find it. GitHub code threshold. Is tomorrow your last day? Yeah, tomorrow's the last day. Last day of the year. I'm probably going to have to cut the stream short too because I still haven't started packing. Now you may say, why not just start tonight? But that's not going to happen. Options.threshold. We'd have to change the options for just this one event. I don't know if that's possible. I also don't know where these options come from. Let's go find out. This is for press. Process input. Where do these options come from? Options equals this? This dot option? What a silly way of... What, is this even like simpler than just saying let options equals this dot option? I guess it is. Fine. I still think that's silly syntax. I'm the boat with disabling a defense for a player from a user in your perspective. You can use the system for balance changes. Yeah. Okay, I'll write this down. 2 viewers voted for this. There we go. Yeah, these are the kinds of things that hopefully we don't really ever have to deal with too much. But I'd like to just change things on the attacker. I mean, I guess solution number 5 is just never run into this situation. Only rebalance the game in such a way that attackers are allowed to use more or less. That way defenses can all stay the same. So solution number 5 is one that doesn't involve any code changes whatsoever. So let's say you had a really powerful defense. Like let's say at level 1 defenders can have 1,000 bots. Then we just say, okay, well attackers can have 1,000 bots. Rather than lowering this to like, well, defenders can only have 90 bots. There's only so much you can do with that, but still, I might as well write it down. Okay, so we get this dot options, but this is in the recognizer. That's the problem. We would need to change the recognizers. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Was this a hammer event? Changed pointers? Very likely is. Yeah, because there's a source event on here too. Uh-oh. Well, what do I do about this then? Alright, Mitchell. A nice trip home. I was wondering if I could change the threshold just for one particular event, but it looks like it's the recognizer that has the threshold information, not the event itself. What does this mean? This means I could probably change it for the recognizer. We have hammer time here. You know what? Let's try this. This is probably a really bad idea. So for pan and for tap, All right, geek. Yeah, I know it's late. It's almost 3 o'clock for me, so it's what, around midnight for you. But thanks for watching. Should I change this recognizer? We have hammer time here, right? Yeah. No, we don't. What? Why did it autocomplete? This probably gets mangled into something else. Oh, no, never mind. There it is. It's a hammer that we need to use. Oh, wow. She's back late, huh? So, what should I do? I wonder if someone else is running this. Hammer.js change threshold. Yeah, 11:50. Wow. Huh. Man, I don't know if there's a better way to do this. But yeah, the bug that I'm running into because this isn't possible is pretty frustrating. So if you're in the arena and you try dragging a bot just like 1 pixel from here down to here, and then you let go, it doesn't register that you let go of the mouse because you haven't moved at least 30 pixels. So if I do that exact same thing, but I just move it down at least 30 pixels, then we're totally fine. So what do I do? Also, this shouldn't matter if we move it sideways 30 pixels. Yeah. Man, I'm not sure what to do for this. Because as a user, you might be zoomed out like this, and then you might just move it from here over to here, and it might be impossible. Oh, alright. See you, geek. Are bots going to be animated? Yeah, I plan on animating them at some point. There's a lot of graphics changes I'm going to have to make for that. So the biggest thing, and I just got this in today actually, was this computer tile set. I'm really happy with it. Right now we're just randomizing edges, the content pretty much. And then every once in a while you'll see what are called rare tiles. So like this is a rare tile. Where are the other ones? Here's one. There's one with a screw on it. I don't know where that is. There it is. So yeah, having the tile set I think is pretty good. CPU eventually needs to be changed. Yeah, I like it, MPerry. And you guys can try this out too if you want. Just go to play.bot.land. So I'm not sure how to do this. I think this is going to be a bug still. I can make the threshold smaller, but yeah, let's just keep it at that, I guess. Lower Hammer.js movement threshold from 100 to 30. Alright, what else? Number of remaining chips should always be visible. Yeah, so just put that information here. Should be easy enough, I think. We go to Blueprint Selector and close out of all those other tabs. And somewhere here we show the number of chips you're allowed to have. Chips, num chips placeable, there it is. Yeah. So we would just put this here. num chips remaining equals this. So we can put that there. And we can do the same thing. This might look a little bit weird. What does this do? Flex none, font size 2. Yeah, we could do that. If you ever put AdSense on the login page, I'd disable my ad blocker for you. Thanks, Thesars. Oh, I broke something. Probably some very minor thing. Main is not defined. What main is not defined? What? Where am I using main? I'm not. Still didn't build. Something weird is happening. Oh, did I not close a span? Oh, yeah, whoops. This should all be in the same... Oh, man. This is actually really silly how I did this. Well, I suppose this could all be in its own span. But this will still probably get screwed up. Let's take a look. Chips 2. Okay, fine. That's okay. We should just change the icon, really. Because the UI mockup... That was not the UI mockup. The UI mockup shows that Chips has his up arrow, and then it has this whole thing expanded, but when there's nothing here showing like you can't click Chips. So I think we'll just show an X there. That's probably the most common sense way of doing this. In which case we're just going to show either close or keyboard arrow up. Let's just do that. And then get rid of all of this. There. Hey James. How you doing? So now we should have an up arrow, and then when you click it, it turns into an X button. That's a little weird. Yeah, that's a little weird. We could use the down arrow. Keyboard arrow down. I don't think that's going to look any clearer, though. Yeah, it doesn't. We could go back to what it used to be, which is to just not have anything show there. I don't know. What do you guys think? For this screen, which icon? Show X, show a down arrow, show nothing. So to give some clarification to this question, I'm talking about for right here. When you click this, there's an up arrow by default. That's totally fine. When you click it, should it show nothing, which is what's happening right now, option C. Should it show a down arrow, or should it show an X? Did you pay? How do you pay for everything? If this is your full-time job, do you have investors? I had savings to fund Botland, which I'm like running out of pretty quickly. Which, by the way, this is answered in the FAQ. How are you affording to work on Botland? Yeah, we're running kind of down to the end of that budget. Okay, a down arrow. We'll go with that. There. So this is what it looks like now. You click the up arrow, it turns into a down arrow. There. So, cool, fine. Just leave it like that. Show amount of chips placeable. No, let's keep it like that. Down arrow wins. Did it win by any like more than what I looked at last time? Oh yeah, wow. 9. Alright, that's cool. We'll check this in. Oh yeah, no problem, Hideo. So what Jason was talking about here is when you go to place a bot, we could sort of zoom in with a bunch of highlights showing you exactly where you're going to place this thing. Okay, I'll try this out. Let's try the idea Jason had where you highlight the entire row and column. We could have it get brighter when it's closer to the tile. Placing it on. Just had breakfast, my team won, and now back to coding. Sounds like a good day so far. I was the only one who voted for Axe. Okay, let's go take a look at this. So we have a preview image showing up already. I believe there's render preview entity. Yeah, here. So we want to only do this if, so let's do this. Should render preview entity. This is return false, otherwise return true. I know I could write this in one line of code. I don't care to do that. So if not, this dot should render preview entity, then return. Is there anything special planned tomorrow or just normal development? I wouldn't even say normal development. It'll probably be like me taking it way easier than normal, and it won't be a full day, I think. I'll probably have to end early. But yeah, no, nothing special is planned for tomorrow. I'm not even sure what I'm going to work on exactly. I might have to figure that out tomorrow. Maybe I'll talk to Jason tonight about avatars and I can do them tomorrow. Why is that false not colored? This is a Sublime Text 2 bug with a syntax highlighter. It's just not a maintained package anymore. Okay. So we have render preview entity happens at the very top. Render tiles. We'll say this dot render tiles under preview entity. Tiles highlighting preview entity. Brackets bug. Is it also a bug in brackets? Because that'd be pretty coincidental. Just use Notepad, lose syntax highlighting for everything. All right, so what we want to do is something like this. I guess we could. Yeah, you know what? No, let's lump it into here. We just won't do anything in this function for right now. So let's slightly highlight these tiles. So if this dot should render preview entity. Do you think you finish avatars in one day? I think I can get the majority of them done in one day, depending on how they're going to be designed. Because I got most of the progression stuff done in one day. It all comes down to how well I plan it, I think. Is there a reason other than you're not feeling it's important for you not sharing your age? Or is it things as privacy? Sorry if I'm asking too many questions. No, Hammy, don't ever worry about asking too many questions. I think the only thing you should worry about is if you're asking too many questions from the FAQ. Then I'll just keep pointing you back there. But it started off as an experiment I did at my last job. I wanted to see how people treated me differently if they didn't know what my age was. And I think it was different from how they treated me at the job before that, where they did know my age. So I thought, this is probably a pretty good thing to do as a programmer. So that's really the only reason for that. I think another kind of reason there is that you sometimes read books where they don't put a lot of description on the main character, and that character is a shell character. You're supposed to be that character, and you essentially see the main character as yourself. Well, I think the same kind of thing happens with age, where if you don't know someone's age, you'll think of them as whatever age you want to think of them as. And that's whatever fits in your worldview, and that's probably better than knowing my actual age. I imagine something like that for highlighting. Yeah, I'm going to do something like this. Oh, maybe not the dots, I guess. Tile rows and column. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll do something like this. Yeah, I'm 13,531 years old. I'm a lich. I learned how to code. Oh, T-Bot, you were just streaming? 4 followers, nice. No, I'm not saying this changes day to day for people, Digite. I'm saying that a young person might want to see me as younger than I am, and an older person might want to see me as older than I am. And there's probably some variations in between too. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to say if, well, first we need to get the preview entity. Get preview entity here. So let's go take a look. That's this. Let preview x equals null. Let preview y equals null. If then get component, physics component on preview entity, and then set preview x equals physics component dot tile x, tile y. Cool. So now all we have to do is say if x equals preview x or y equals preview y, then we'll render a square of color white, and we'll make it very faint for right now. Let's just try this out. I see Adam being way younger than me. I heard a lot of different guesses for my age. Sometimes it's based on how much facial hair I have. Alright, so there's some kind of weird stuff happening here. Like that. Zooming in just causes this to totally bail out until another mouse move. So changing the zoom is causing this weird bug. And it seemed to go away. Wait, how do you know my real age, EJ? I never told you this. So I want to see I want to base the alpha on the distance. So alpha equals, well, let's do this. How do we say distance in tiles equals util.manhattan distance xy preview x preview y. Now, what's the maximum distance we can have here? I guess it's the width or the height, whichever one's bigger. So what should I do for this? Distance in tiles divided by math.max, this dot width, this dot height. And then we want to map this in a range from 0 to 0.2. So we just do this times 0.2. There. So now it'll get brighter. Actually, I probably screwed this up, but whatever. Let's just find out what happens. It might be totally wrong. Yeah, I did it backwards. I figured it. Oh well, whatever. So we want to say that this is 1 minus this. And there. So now it'll get brighter as it gets closer. This might look a little bit better. Wait, what? How did I screw this up? It looks like I did. No, there we go. So is that better or worse? You can see how when it's far away, you see the tiles. I can't point with my cursor. So you see the tiles on the left side, how they're fainter. I feel like I should make that even more obvious. Yeah, let's do it that way, fine. So yeah, let's do it that way. So we'll do the distance from there. Well, the distance is going to be the same. The percent max distance is what's going to change. So percent max distance equals 1 minus distance in tiles divided by this dot width. So this is because x is if x is the same, that means that it's somewhere in the y. So we need to do height. Otherwise, we do this. There. This should look a little bit better. This is not using that. I need to refresh the page. Okay, cool. I like this. So now it drops off to 0 even vertically. I don't think it should drop off probably so quickly. I feel like it should follow a curve where it gets... I don't really want to do this, but... So we do this times 0.15 plus 0.05. That way it doesn't drop off to 0. But then if we wanted to get more powerful toward the end, we can use something like an x squared or something in there. This is okay. Straw poll doesn't accept 100 answers. Hey, Quentin Torino. Sorry, I missed all your messages. Actually, I wasn't paying attention to chat for a second. Well, I kind of was. But yeah, the keyboard is this. We should take this poll again when... Sorry, I just read EJ's message. He's as old as my older brother, but he's a lot nicer than my older brother. Alright, let's save that in Notepad. So yeah, we should take this again when I have shaved. Alright, I screwed this up. Because what I wanted to do is square the distance and then do that based on... Yeah, I don't really... We'll just leave it as is. That's fine. So then let's see what it looks like as an attacker, because then there are other highlighted tiles as well. Yes, that probably looks a little bit strange, right? And when you're zoomed in, it might look a little bit weird too. EJ, was he the guy in the picture you sent me? What was I going to do? This part. When scrolling the zoom, the mouse coordinates seem to go away. Yeah, let's take a look. So we scroll in, and yeah, these disappear for a second. That's a little strange. I think it means that the preview entity either doesn't get rendered, or I'll just rinse out. He puts your bullying to shame. It's, oh, wait. Yeah, so it's actually not rendering when we scroll. Yeah, that's bad. I wonder why. That means that the preview entity doesn't exist. So what's causing this thing to be null? Destroy preview entity. Probably that. I'm doing decimal. Oh, I should vote for these things too. All right, let me save these off and show my wife later. She'll get a kick out of this. All right, yeah, it's destroying it every single time. Okay, so let's find the stack trace for that. We go to arena, we go to destroy, we put a breakpoint, we zoom in. Done. Okay, so why is that happening? Pull details from UI. Why is that? Oh, because the in-game update? If has blueprint selected in UI, this should be true, right? It's false. What? What? How is this false? Ah, this is bad. The SARS. That's terrible. Does your wife know how old you are? Yeah, she does. She will probably get a kick out of this. Alright, this is a problem. So here's the stack trace. These are the parts that matter. Let's just copy the whole thing. Yeah, we don't care about a lot of these. Kairos. Alright, what's the consensus here? There's no consensus. You guys are something else. So we're calling this with set the properties based on the UI. We had this here to begin with for only when this changes. And this is changed because this is undefined. And that gets set to false. I wonder how that happened. And I wonder if that's happening every time. Yeah, it is always that. That's weird. So I think all we need to do to fix this is just not set this to null to begin with. Wait, is it set to null? Set to false. What? What's going on? Huh. How old is your brother? Does your friend use Node.js? Alright, I don't know why this is undefined. We gotta figure that part out. And are these happening for anything else? That's null. That's probably okay. That's false. Yeah, how does this happen? Because nothing else should set this to undefined. In fact, let's take a look. Prev props.workbench state. That is, oh, I type prev prop. Yeah, that seems weird. This is it's way less than what I would have expected. Yeah, the full object has a lot more. How did this happen then? Component did update previous props. Huh, I don't know. But I don't think this is correct. So this is getting called because of this if statement. The problem is that prev props has is currently playing replay equal to undefined. I don't know how that's possible. What we could do just for testing is make sure it exists. I don't even like that. But if util.exists currently playing replay and they're not equal, then update the entity. I don't understand how that could be nothing though. There's got to be some weird React thing I'm going to have to figure out. We have a zero tolerance policy for impersonation, whoever this new Alex is. Well, that fixes this problem. Yeah, that fixes the problem. But I don't have an answer for why that fixes this. Also, wait a second, what? We shouldn't even have a preview entity here. No, something's wrong. Yeah, something's very wrong. It exists, but it doesn't have anything? It's a blueprint. What? There's another bug where somehow a blueprint is the preview entity. I don't know how that happened. What is this? Owned by player. Owned by player 1, that's me. Physics is 6'2". 6'2". 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. There's nothing even there. What? Color. Those are my colors. Oh, this is very messed up. I don't know. Yeah, Alex, that's what I'm working on right now. Wow, I gotta figure this out. Make preview entity. Oh, I see. The preview entity doesn't have a sprite in this case. But we say update sprite equals true, and then we get it based on the blueprint. Okay, no, the physics component makes sense. It's this part. Blueprint ID is null. How did that happen? If it's null, shouldn't we just destroy this thing? Okay, well, let's set a breakpoint. Actually, we could just use Chrome for this with a conditional breakpoint. When we do this, add conditional breakpoint, blueprint ID equals null. Let's do double equals null. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we just dip there. Perfect. We found it. So it's this. It's coming from mouse move handler. Every time you move the mouse, it's going to change this around. But there isn't necessarily a blueprint ID, and in that case, we should just destroy this. Because there isn't going to be a blueprint ID. Yeah, it's still null. Update sprite equals false. So we just don't put a sprite on this thing. Okay, there's another fix for this. Should render preview entity. Let's do that. We got a race condition. Okay, that's better. So I feel like wherever you're about to put this thing down, it should show a colored tile there too, indicating whether you can. Let's try that out really fast too. I still haven't figured out why this thing happens though. No, every once in a while, assuming with the scroll wheel, prev props will be missing tons of properties. So we check to see. Can you do something on the fact that the bots are the same color as the background? Oh, I purposely made the bots the same color as the background. I wanted to see how visible they'd be. So I could just update them. If we pick different colors here, like that's actually really ugly. Let's just go with whatever random colors there are. Pink and green. Sure, fine. So OX FFOOFF and OOFFOO. So we'll just go set these things. Update users, set primary color equals this, where ID equals 1, and secondary color equals this. There. So now my bots will look green and pink. Perfect. Alright. Huh, this is actually working pretty well, right? So I just wanted to highlight that one tile a little bit more. There, let's do that. So right now when you're dragging this around, the white tile underneath the cursor is not as bright. We're just going to make it a little bit brighter. I don't know if this looks better or worse. It looks like, you know what, let's do this. let's say if this is greater than, let me think about this. Let's do 0.8. So what this should do is make it a little bit more powerful, a little bit brighter. Yeah, that's actually too much. I guess I could just multiply it by like 1.3 or something like that. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Even 1.2 would probably be fine. There we go. So this is minor what I'm doing right now. I really shouldn't even be putting in the time to do this. But let's take another look. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Wow. So great. So we can save our defense. Yeah, I think I like this, right? What do you guys think? The thing to look at in particular is, do you like how the brightness attenuates as it gets farther away from wherever you're highlighting? So if I'm zoomed out, you can see how it gets almost completely transparent on the other side of the arena. Yeah, I think this is good. There. All right. Because, yeah, I think this is... looks cool. All right, good. Yeah, I'll keep this, I think. I really think when placing a bot or chip, we should get a rectangle on the fly showing us the tile it'll affect. So this probably doesn't happen when you're dragging chips, does it? No, it doesn't. But if you drag... no, it doesn't work no matter what. Because these are not the preview entities that I was using before. These are preview entities. So I need to make chips use this system too. But for now, this is as done as I want to get it. All right. So we get rid of this. We get rid of this. Looks good. Highlight the preview entity. I draw a set of highlighted tiles leading to the entity that you are about to place. Right now this only works for bots, but it should eventually be used for chips as well. Alright, see you, Casper. And yeah, Cuddles, I think it could go either way. I think it all depends on how good the marketing is and how polished it is when people first try it out. So for alpha, this is what I've been thinking. If I show the game to people in alpha, I expect them to say, yeah, I could see how this could be cool. And that's it. I don't think they'll actually say that it is cool at the time, because I think there will be a lot of content and polish missing that makes it a really good experience. I think once there's sound, music, once there's a tutorial, I think those are the things that are going to impact people the most. of like, how do I play this game? And then why do I want to play this game? So we're working on the why now. So this is fixed. When hovering over a blueprint selector icon, yeah, I don't want to do this yet, and get swapping chips to work. Make sure they use the preview entity that I have for bots. That way we automatically get the tile highlights. Hey, Kukuruku. When you too many bots in the arena, show at max, show a trash can or something. These are polished things that I never feel like doing. Descriptions of hardware. Oh, you know what? I should really do this. I should get the proper things showing up in hardware descriptions. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Get the proper descriptions to show up in for each hardware. So right now, when you click a blueprint, actually, let's go to the store for this. No, wait, do we have to? I guess we could check it here too. So like artillery 2, if we have, yeah, so it gets the level correctly, but then it just says a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't really matter. And you'd want to see how much these things are going to do. I actually don't know what we mocked up for, what we mocked this up as in the UI. Let's see. Yeah, it shows as a table here. I wonder if we still want to do that. Yeah, probably. That probably makes the most sense. I think we should do that. I also think something else we should do is in the store. It's impossible to get to right now. These cosmetics should show you a picture of them, like which ones you're going to buy. I wonder how hard it would be to do that. Because that could be a fun little thing to add right now. Hey, Xordy. Excuse me. But I think getting the descriptions might be fine. And we want to show a table for these things too. Show a table and then make sure this works for the store and for the hardware inventory. So show a table of salient values. And these should show up everywhere, right? Yeah, I think so. So we'll do it kind of like this. And we want to show for whatever tiers are available. Make sure this only shows enough columns for however many tiers there are. Okay. Well, we have hardware constants here. Let's take a look at lasers. We have range, damage. Yeah, so that's all that matters for lasers, range and damage. Basically, all these kind of know what they are. So hardware tiered data, I guess in laser tiered data, what we could say is like get table, but we can only kind of do that. Hey, internet. Yeah, still working. Today is the last full day. Tomorrow is the last day. It'll just probably be abbreviated. Oh yeah, Sortia. That's difficult just because of how calendars work. I don't think the language matters. It's just tough. There are a lot of things to get right there. right. So something needs to generate this table. We should probably come up with, actually it's really just a table, right? So we can make our own component for it or something. Let's take a look at what this is though. Store items. Let's take a look at this. So there's store preview, that's what we want. Picture of name goes here, this dot on by item, name, and then description. So we also want a table here. Yeah, and some of these don't have any descriptions. I just put in Zapper description. All right. Okay, template. The item template has a description. The item template also has a hardware constant for these things. So for items right now, we have an item template. Item template should have hardware ID. Is that what it's called? Hardware constant. Yes. Constant to look up a table for that particular hardware. And the only question is where I want to put this. Ended up counting how many days is between the first date to 1 January 0000. Same to the second date when we have a solution. Huh. Yeah, that'd probably work. I would always say when it comes to calendar anything or time zones, you should just rely on a library that's been used by enough people. Chances are it's probably fixed all these bugs. So what's going to generate these tables? I guess laser tier data is what knows it. Because this is what knows. No, this only has one set though. Oh, never mind. Hardware constant knows it. Data. Okay, and we could say something like generate table, I guess. Still need to figure out how this is going to work. So we have a set of hardware data, tier information that is by level. So we would just get all of these and get whatever relevant stats there are. Just range and cooldown in most cases. Okay. Problem is we need display names for these things. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with this. So let's say get table information, something along those lines. We'll return, we want to return a set of, just this row information. Could be something like range. However, I also need display names for these things. This is a bad idea. We should just have display names somewhere else. I want to think of how, did we fix the 1 pixel off on colors? No, I just reverted to an earlier version of Pixie. So if I had localization information for this, where would it go? I'd want to have the data be separate from the output for this. Hey, the odd part. And something would need to tell us the order of these columns. Let's try it this way for now. Was there even a need to update Pixie? There wasn't a need to do it, but I wanted to do it. So we probably won't get back to that for a long time. All right, so going back to this, we're going to find something that's going to make this table for us. Let's take a look. So we have structure. Do we have hardware constants here, right? We don't. We don't have this here either. I want to have some way of this doing it for us. I guess we have get item template, so we would just have the same thing, get table information. Get item template, yeah. So we're gonna have something like get. I still need to think about this just a second longer. Let me put a breakpoint in here. We'll see exactly what we have. There. So item template tells us just the hardware constant. And from that, we want to get a table of everything. Yeah, so a table is always going to be of all of that. So whenever we get a table, we're getting it for the entire piece of hardware, not a particular level. Okay, so let's do that. So we'll say get hardware table, get hardware info table. That's pretty good. And this would be hardware ID. So we're gonna get and then have this. Where's the hardware data come from? This. Suppose hardware data could just have its own. Let me think about this. Yeah, the tier information. So this is for a particular ID. Then get info table, which really could just be static. Although hardware data. Lasers.get info table, yeah. So we have this in here, get table information. Okay, we're just gonna return an array of those. Or not even an array, it could be a table. Return tier info.get table information. Will you keep Botland up over your vacation? No, I won't. It's gonna cost too much money for that. Hey, Thomas. I get 750 hours a month for free. I have to run 4 servers for Botland to stay online. So what that really means is that I get 188 hours a month of Botland. And I mean, that works out to 7-8 days. So if I left it on for about 8 days, then that would put us at, well, like the middle of the month pretty much. So then there'd be another like 15 days where I'd have to pay full price for this stuff. The bigger problem with leaving it online, other than money and really just lack of interest, is that I don't have any way of maintaining the service while I'm on vacation. So as soon as one server crashes, that's it. It's crashed for the entire time, but I'm still paying money for it. So I expect that after like a couple of days, something's going to go wrong, and then services will be offline. I won't have any way of knowing. But the other reason I mentioned is interest. Like today, there's been 113 matches found. That's not even the number of games played necessarily, and I was probably a good portion of these. So even when I'm online and the game's online, people aren't really playing it necessarily. I think they're waiting for, well, for me to fix a lot of bugs, for it to be more polished, and for there to be a reason to play, which I think is progression. Okay, so let's try this out. We just need to get, we don't have hardware constants. And I don't really think it's this thing's job to do it. want to do this here either. But this is a better place to do it than this. So we are going to get hardware constants from there. Yeah. Yeah, antimatter tape. I thought I heard something about that. That it'd be a year late. But waiting a year for something to come out like that and avoiding all exposure to that product, it's pretty challenging, I think. So get hardware info table. We don't need to bind anything. So then we can just put this function down here. This would be hardware ID, and we return hardware constants dot data hardware ID dot get hardware info table. And there, that's what we have. And that's in the store. So now let's go try that out. When you press a button in the store, what can you press in the store? When you click something, let's say, user chose item type. Sure, just put a breakpoint here. And let's go to this dot props dot route dot get hardware info table. Lasers. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. So when we click the cosmetics button, it's going to trigger that function, which just failed for us, which is fine. Hardware data. Why did this break though? It's not a function. Oh, it's called get info table. Sometimes. Then actually in client main, let's have it automatically log us in and automatically go to the store too. Where is that? Oh, I got rid of that from there. All right, let's just do it here. We'll just push directly to the store. Cool. So I refresh the page and it should automatically put us into the store. Perfect. I click this button, which should just work. Perfect. So we got 3 objects that have damage and range. There it is. And I think the only thing we're missing is level. So for something like lasers, that makes sense. What about for teleport? Because that's going to be a little bit harder. Teleport. So we're going to have range and cooldown. We could just dynamically get these things. I don't know if there's anything extra that you wouldn't want here, because this is just data. I guess this could have formatting in it. So let's try that and see what we get. It'll probably just be the number 0 there. Oh, whoops. I meant to change this to teleport. Yeah, let's try it now. Yeah, this still has 0. We need to keep track of the level in there. So we're returning an array of this stuff. The table, no, how would we do this? The key, numbers representing tier numbers. This means tier number 1 will be stored in key 1. So that's really what we want to do, huh? All right, well, we turn this into a for each. And each info, we say info table, tier info. There's a base one here, tier number. Tier info dot tier number equals tier info dot get table information. Now we know everything about a particular hardware. How many devs are on this game? I'm the only dev on this game. So 1. All right, nice. So we got the level, we got the cooldown, and we got the range. So that's everything we need in order to render a table out. Half. 0.2. The number just keeps getting lower and lower. So now we just render this. So a store preview. We want get hardware info table. Preview here. Perfect. Okay, so let's get the table. And this is for whatever hardware we have, if it's hardware. So if item template dot is hardware, then we render a table. And this would be item template dot hardware constant. And then we would just draw this in here somewhere. Rendering this, I feel like it should be its own entire component. So let's make something really quickly. Let's save this, and then we'll save it again as, what should we call this? Something like hardware info table. Hardware info table. So let's get rid of all of that stuff. And we'll return a div, hardware info table. We'll return a div that just says hello world. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Oh, what? Store preview is connected to something? I don't like that. I definitely don't like that. It's used for one thing, are you kidding me? Okay, let's add that to the refactor list. Store preview is connected to the inventory state despite only needing to know which item is selected. All right, well, we're not going to do that again. We're going to get rid of this and then say only update for whatever keys. Yeah, this. Rami beat me. All right, time to go set Rami's account down to 0 luck. Enhance hardware info table. This now makes me the game master. Rami, I think antimatter tape is the game master then. So it sounds like you need to beat him. I lost to your defense because I forgot to place one bot in phase 2. Excuses, excuses. I guess antimatter tape is the reigning game master. Okay, so import, I guess, this from this, and then put that here. Now, what do we want to give this? Probably just the table information. So, table info. Let's just print out the stringified form of that. Let's see how this looks. It'll only work for lasers and teleport if it even works. And I also am missing this style, which I need to go make. So let's go do that. So in, what is it, store.less. Let's take this one. We'll save this as hardware info table dot less. Background color. What's what's a light color that it's obvious that we've done this right. Let's just choose a light red. It's too dark. It's going to be obnoxious. But okay. There we go. Now we open up all.less and we go include the hardware info table. Cool. So let's try that out. Go watch the replay. Sorry, Rami, I only watch the replay on accounts with a higher than 0 luck value. And yours has been set to 0. It's too bad, really. So what happened here? This dot props dot get route. Yep, this is wrong. Yeah, that's what's wrong. Oh, just get rid of that. Could you explain what enhance method does? What do we use it for? Yeah, sure, Spooky HS. So enhance is the name of, hang on, let me show you. If I could find that file I was writing in. Enhance is what's returned. It's a function that's returned from only update for keys. It's basically the decorator pattern here. So I don't know how familiar you are with React, but the way that React works is you'll pass a bunch of props into a child class, and you might only want your component to update when you get certain values here. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying, hey, table info, I definitely care about. I want to be updated when that thing gets updated, and only when that thing gets updated. So I pass this in saying, here's the relevant stuff to me. It returns a function that can be used to decorate my class. And then this will now write a function that says like should component update in there. So it's another way of using the decorator pattern here. Oh, check it out. That worked. This is going to fail. Yep, because I never wrote it for missiles. But I did write it for teleport, so we should be able to click that. Where's teleport? Here it is. Nice. Okay, so we just need to write this for everything. Or we could get smart about this and not write it for any of them. So how about this? If it has get table info, we'll use that. If not, we'll use something else here. No problem, Spooky. So actually, we'll do it this way. We'll say let info equals null if is function. Do we even have Lodash in here? Yes, we do. So if is function this, then info equals, let's just call that. Otherwise, just take every single property and use that. So let's do this. Keys equals the keys of tier info. And then let's put a breakpoint there. And then instead of doing this stuff, we'll do that. Good. So now when we click missiles, we should know what properties we have. It might be a little bit wrong. Let's take a look. So we have tier number, slot cost, range, and damage. So now we're going to reject tier number and slot cost. So pull all keys, tier number, and slot cost. And now the keys we have should just be ones relevant to missiles. And there we go, range and damage. So now we're just going to return those. Which we need an info object. So let's do it this way. Info equals underscore, no, this won't work. Okay, for each keys, info key equals tier info key. This is where object.assign would really help us. There's probably a better way to do this. We're not going to worry about that for right now, though. Hi, the second. I'd rather at the beginning of React Redux path, but I'm working on Electron React Redux SPA in my free time. Also, I'm dropping some frames, I think. Okay, so check it out. We're now getting all this information. That's pretty cool. Let's make let's make tables out of it now. Oh, cool, Spooky. It's good to hear. Yeah, I don't know when the frame drops were, but I see 283. And they probably happened in the last like 4 hours. Which, yeah. Okay, so we got to turn this into a table. We also have to get rid of this ugly background color. Let's make it very faint. There, so it's like a light pink color. I'm not going to keep that there. So now hardware info table. We are going to have this data. Let's take a look at what it is. There's no way to copy paste from here, so I guess nothing. Let's just print it out and then copy paste it. I turned user select off, so I can't choose that data. Oh, I could have inspected element. Whatever. There it is. Okay. So now that printed out. Here we are. So we need to turn this into a table that looks like this. Where did this go? There it is. Damage, and then show 1, 2, 3. So this needs to look like this. Damage, 200, 250, 300, and range 3, 3, 4. So that's it. All right, so let's go figure out how tables. This is the one time I actually have tabular data, and I'll be darned if I can remember all this table syntax. Is there a better way to do this? Yeah, I think this is the same in HTML5. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Hey, true the game. Okay, so how did this look here? We have first name, last name, whatever. Do they show the example of it? Yes, they do. I can't click anything. So headers are going to be the TR tag here. And the headers in our case are going to be, so nothing, 1, 2, and 3. Then TR, we're going to have a row that says something like damage, 200, 250, 300, and then range, the same stuff, 3, 3, 4. And that should generate this table. Yeah, maybe in some weird way I'm responsible for your brother, EJ. So we're going to return a table, and we're going to iterate over all of the columns that we have. So const columns equals, let's take a look. It's however many number of keys we have. These will be strings actually. So these will be tier levels. So columns equals the size of tier levels. How do we make? There's, was it Phil? No, I want to create an array with a certain number of elements in it. And I know JavaScript can do that, but JavaScript has some like weird gotchas with it. So I want to see if this has something initial. No. Join last, nth, pull, slice, tail, take. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, I don't know. All right, we'll just do it the JavaScript way. Actually, you know what? I could just do. Yeah, let's do that. New array, size of that plus 1. So here are the columns. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to output a bunch of these. So we have a tr, and we're going to do we need the column names, but it's not really that, is it? Most used library in Botland. Column names equals. Yeah, this won't really work. We want to take whatever's in tier levels and map it to the end values there. So we'd actually extend this by 1. So this is silly. Let's get rid of that. And column names now, we want to insert at the very beginning of it. Let's take a look. A equals orange, apple, a dot splice 0 banana. No. How do you do this? 0 banana. That's how you do it. So the index comma 0 comma the item. So column names dot splice 0 0 and nothing. The first column has no header. Not sure how we want to do that eventually, but anyway, we take all the column names now. So we map each column name to a th tag. Th key equals, and map should pass in an index or something, right? There we go. Iterate. What does iterate get? Function invoked. Value index. Yeah, there we go. So key equals header dash index. Cool. And then we take the column name and then we close the th. I don't know if this is the right syntax for this. Let's look through any other React and Redux thing that I do. Yeah, this needs to all be wrapped inside a JavaScript. Yeah. Let's go do that. There. So now we have the headers for the table. Let's try that out. This is going to be like the most basic thing. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's actually totally wrong. Let's just put a breakpoint here. The column names are wrong, I'm guessing. Column name index, yeah. Oh well. We'll get it right eventually. Whoop. Goodbye, Chrome. Okay, let's try again. So column names, oh, there's an array of each of these. How did I screw that up? What is tier levels? 1, 2, and 3. So we map, whoops, get rid of that. Tier level to tier level. Yep, that's what I meant to do. Which actually we could, whatever, this is fine. Let's try that now. So now we should have columns 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to continue along this line, and we're going to get the next row, which is going to be the damage row. So the next thing in here, tr/tr, we're going to map all of the properties, and table info contains these. So the property names can be gotten from any one of these things. I'm like, I immediately pictured like medieval times, a single archer or someone on a tower somewhere, just waiting. Who knows when they'll get invaded? But they've got to raise the call. They've got to light the fires. That'll be Mike, the warden of chat. So we take any one of these objects to get their properties, and then we want to get all of the properties of those things. So row names. So we're going to take any one of these things. We can just get table info tier level 0. First info. First, no. What do I want to do for this? We just want to get any of the values here. Sample table info. All info objects should have the same properties. Rami, there are kind of attacker replays. You just can't access them directly. And I know about this, Rami. I need to fix this. If you want to watch your own replays, I'm not going to do this right now. Whoa, wait, never mind. I'm still connected to this machine. Also, speaking of this, this finally failed. Here it is. This took forever. I'm going to have to write this here. I wonder when it failed. The authenticity of host Bitbucket can't be established. No. No. Oh man, well that's a fixable issue. Okay, well now we know. Cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna actually bother with that right now. I'm kind of on a, I think I've got some good momentum right now, so let's work with this. So single info object, we have one of these. So now we can get the row names from that single info object. We can just get the keys of this. These are now the row names, but these are not the display names. So this will just be damage and range, if I'm correct. So let's take a look. Does row names equal damage and range? The answer is yes. So damage and range. Okay, so next we want to map. How's this going to look? We have the first TD is going to have damage. And we need row values for these things. So let's see. We want this to be, well, we want it to be an array. And we want each one to start with. So how will we do this? Table info, I guess. So let's say rows.push. What's each row going to be? It's going to be just an array of stuff. Row.push, row names, I. and then we push all the values for increasing tier numbers. So we need to iterate over these in order. So row dot concat. This is ridiculous. So this is going to be info object. Okay. So we're going to return all of... All right, see you, Amy. We're going to return all of the different properties for each level. Let's try this out. There's a very good chance I wrote this wrong. Oh, right, and also I never concatenated this thing. Okay, so let's try it out. So rows contains... Oh, Zapper just has damage on it? No, it has cooldown. Cooldown, duration, and... Oh, this didn't work. By Reggie. Yeah, this won't work. So prop name is range. Okay, we're looking good. We push that. Then we get into here. For each info object has damage and range. We're going to return info object dot prop name, which is 3. Then we're going to go to the next one. Prop name is still range. It's also going to be 3. Perfect. And then it's going to be, yeah, that's all correct. So why did row not, whoa, stop it. Stop it. All right, I seem to have screwed something up. Let's take a look. I think it's not concat. I think I keep screwing this up. If we have an array 1, 2, 3, and we have an array 4, 5, 6, and we say a.concat b, a is not modified. Why do I keep screwing that up? I think there's extend. Or is that Python? Yeah, that's Python. So row equals row.extend, or row.concat. That should work. So now we get rid of that breakpoint, which doesn't seem to exist. Hardware info table doesn't work now. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? TR cannot appear. I don't care about that. I don't want that. We'll get there. There. Rows. What do we have? Range 334. Perfect. Damaged. Yep. Perfect. And undefined, 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 undefined. That last part's not perfect. Table info has 3 things. Oh, whoops. We only care about the number of row names there are. Yeah. Okay, so now we just have to fix these things. So this will be row dash index. Sure. And instead of column names, we're going to take rows and we're going to say row data. Except for these shouldn't be THs anymore. These should be TDs. Done. Everything should work. This table should be totally functional. Let's take a look. That didn't work. We're seeing range 334, damage, whatever. What did I do wrong? Did I do wrong? Oh. Yeah, whoops. Each row is its own set of data. So what I meant to do was this. And that's going to be tr key equals row index. Perfect. And then we're going to map row data cell. Got it. Okay, now this turns into cell and this turns into cell. All right, let's try that out. Cool, it worked. We got it all down. Also, the other thing, well, let's click teleport and actually see if that worked, because that's going to be the difficult one. Oh, it did work. Nice. Okay, so we get rid of this. And we get rid of, instead of column names being a tier level, we'll say const tier level display names equals, so it'll be 0, I guess will just look like 0. 1 will be I. 2 will be II, and 3 will be II. This is the pirate one. All right, so we just look this up. Then we just need some borders around these, and it should look pretty good. Yeah, neat. So styling, let's go get some styling on this. Where is this? Here it is. That's not right. All right, so table, we'll say class name equals styles.hardware info table. We'll get rid of it from here, and we'll go change this stuff. So hardware info table will have a background color of, how does the UI mockup look? Boop, boop, boop. Zoom in on that. I accidentally, oh man, I middle mouse every once in a while and I pressed, well, it's not it doing it, it's me doing it. I accidentally pressed back. So the background color we'll say is white for now. Then, how does the rest of this look? The top bar has kind of a gray, so the very first TR, CSS selector, get first child. Not really first child that I want. It's the first of a particular element. We could just do the first. We could, well, we're outputting these actually in a way that I could just control this from here, right? So the top row we could say class name equals styles.hardware info table header. And that can have a background color of gray. Huh. Doesn't matter whether you type it with an E or an A. First of type? Oh, okay. Yeah, I could use those. So now we have a gray background up there. The font is actually, I guess it's lighter gray. Fine. Make it like a, something like that. Bad. Then, doesn't look too bad right now, actually. Then what do I want on these? Probably for them to have alternate rows of different colors. Nth child even, nth child odd. So tr nth child even, tr nth child odd. So that would go here. And we'll say class name equals styles.hardware info table It's not a header row. I guess it's just a row at that point. We'll say data row. And we'll just copy paste this. Hey, Fidelity. Okay, let's try that out. Ah, cool, it's working. I don't like the colors, but it's working. Actually, yeah, the colors are super ugly, right? And also, I think I want to swap these odd, even. It's HTML. I mean, this particular part is React, which is created. It's creating JSX, which is getting converted into HTML. Yes. There. Okay, that looks slightly better, I guess. I'm not really going to worry about the colors of these things. I do think we should have a minimum width on these. What is this? This is just a TD, a cell. So we'll put that here. And then that will have min width of, not even min width, let's just put some padding on it, right? Padding 2 pixels, not that one, this one. Is that what I wanted? Probably. What's a margin of 5 pixels do? Margin probably doesn't matter for tables, does it? Yeah, so just padding. I think that's all we care about. We'll say padding 2 pixels. Even an odd support with nth childs is kind of really bad. Where's even and odd here? Because this says I can't use nth child even in Chrome. And I'm definitely using it in Chrome. Oh, this is of whatever. Oh, where's the even and odd one? Well, Hideo, I could just switch it. Wouldn't it be better to use T-head and T-body to style those? Probably. Yeah, I suppose I could. I'm not too worried about this. If it works, then we're good. And if I need to fix it later, I think fixing it should be pretty easy. Yeah, this looks much better, right? So now the only thing we need to do is turn these into like readable names, because right now they're these kinds of names. Yeah, like time to live. But something in the UI layer should handle. Oh, also this looks a little bit weird. Something in the UI layer should handle formatting the language of that, I think. Make sure we're using display names. So something like regen amount changes to amount. Make sure we're letting the data be formatted somewhere so that, what is this, thrusters show percentages instead of decimals. Thanks, Marcel. All right, so this works well enough. We could probably like check this in on its own. And then later, I mean, this is definitely good enough for the game for right now. If you read this, you at least have a pretty good idea of, oh yeah, here's what the different levels do. Yes, there should be some more along these lines. I think when it comes to this, we need to make sure that whatever's formatting this for a particular hardware can do so for a single tier. That way we can show this information on a single hardware slot. So I think these things are something we'll do in a little bit later. Right now, if you were to click this in the game, you still won't see this information here. Now, there's nothing stopping us from getting it there, so let's just go do it. What's this called? Inventory preview or something? I don't know. What is it called? Well, let's see. That shows up in the edit blueprint.js. So it's something coming from here. Hardware inventory. And where do we show the preview? Render preview. So we have name and description. We're going to just do the same thing we did over here. So let's go to store preview. We're going to get hardware info table. Cool. Then we're going to do this. And then we're going to do this. Cool. There's one thing missing, and that's this.props.get hardware info table. So whatever calls this hardware inventory needs to pass that in. This.props.route.that. And this is coming from edit blueprint. So we just duplicate this and put it down here. Done. All right, and now we should have a table in there too. So there should be no confusion about what the hardware does. So we go back to here, we click edit, we click one of these edits, and nice. We got it. This is the first time this has ever shown up in the game. It's beautiful. Yeah, so some of these things are a little bit weird. Like I said, they're not really totally human readable right now. Like it says cooldown -4, -6, -6. You probably wouldn't have any idea what that meant. We'll have to fix those things. It's about time that I change cooldown/duration to work the way that most humans expect it to. Man, this looks so different from what it did even just 2 days ago. We were in the desert before. Now we're in a computer. Nice. I want a 500-second cooldown on lasers. It'd have to be a really powerful laser. Actually, would that be an interesting thing to do? What if there was a hardware that took like all 7 of your slots, and if you fired it and it hit something, it would kill it, but that's it. That's the only thing your entire life you could do. Expected different indentation. Yeah, get rid of that. Connect. Missing semicolon. And then missing some more semicolons. This isn't even used anymore. Let's just get rid of this. Doop, 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 doop. Done. And then in hardware data, this is never a function. So we can delete this and this and this and this and tab that back. There. Nice. We only have our original 7 problems. Not too bad. All right, let's check it in. So, not that. That's good. That's good. That's not quite right. What? Something's wrong here. Oh, never mind. I'm in the wrong file. Whew. Okay. I thought there was a problem, but no, everything's good. All right, that's all good. That's good. That's good. This is kind of weird. Gets a it's a table of information for this particular hardware. It is not specific to a given level. It's intended to be shown whenever a user wants to know more about. It's not. So it returns an object. The format of this is not really the easiest. An object whose keys are tier levels and whose values are objects containing salient properties. This hardware, e.g. range, damage, etc. Alright, there we go. I'm from Russia and there are HTML iOS developers at the initial level of the study only. My goal is before the end of 2016, write a small site in modern style. Well, nice. You've got a little less than 30 days. So that's a good goal to have. All right, so we want this and this. Now this is gonna fail my CSS linting, which I forgot to run, and then hardware info table. So a lot of this is probably not the clearest. Just get any of the Alright, what about this? So yeah, all this stuff is totally busted. We're supposed to put these in lowercase. And same thing here. Semicolons, put them like that. Figure you have a few years. Maybe you're the bully. Maybe your brother thinks that you're evil and you just think he's evil, but you've been wrong your whole life. And you just think you can be mean to everybody, EJ. All right, this is pretty good. Let me just move around in a halo of cyan light over here. Add information tables for hardware data. Previously, it was impossible to know by looking. It was impossible to know what hardware did just by looking at the UI. Wait, could that have fit here? Yes, it could have. Now you'll see a table of data, but it's not totally consumable yet. Display names and some formatting is missing. Okay. So we're going to lint this one more time. We're going to lint this. And hopefully everything's good to go. Yep. And yeah, we're good. Cool. All right. Good luck to you. Do you have a cool idea? The main aim at targets? Marcel, I'm not totally sure what you're asking. Or maybe you're saying I do have a cool idea, in which case you're not asking anything. In which case, thank you. All right. Well, that is it for today. I've been online for almost 8 hours. I'm going to cut it 2 minutes short, guys. Sorry. But I'm going to leave you with Zeef. So let's all go watch and play Final Fantasy 15. Actually, should we have a raid message? I want all subs to say at least one of my emotes when we get to Zeef's channel. There. cutting it short on stuff. All right. Remember, tomorrow is the last stream of the entire year. I will see you guys then. It'll be a slightly shorter stream than normal, and I'm going to cut it shorter than just 2 minutes short. Longer than 2 minutes short. Take care. Bye, everybody.